born of a lightning strike, a journey to discover what the ancient world was like. What dwelt beneath prehistoric coasts was revealed in the tales of some Jurassic ghosts. A hero born in a different time. Across the rocks she would crawl and climb. She lit a fuse that now burns as a flame. Oh, listen to her story, remember her name. Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul, kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore. She found plesiosaurs, a few pterosaurs, fossil fish, coprolites and ichthyosaurs. In the place where she lived by an ancient sea, she sold seashells by the seashore to support her family. Despite all this, there was something wrong. The scholars of the time said you just don't belong. Though they used her work to pursue their own fame, they never could acknowledge her by her own name. Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul, kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul, kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore.
Dur dur dur. Dur dur.
Tradoon.
Dur dur. Dur dur dur. Dur dur.
Tradoon.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts. And we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Tradoon.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Tuesday to you, and a very, very happy 225th birthday to Mary Anning. Often considered one of the founders of the science of paleontology. Sometimes called the mother of fossil science, Mary Anning is an extraordinarily important figure who is really starting to get her due recognition nowadays.
Tradoon.
2.25 centuries after her birth. Almost 2 centuries after her death. We're going to be talking all about her today and why you should know about her.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking?
Cobalt Reaver.
Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Thank you, Cobalt Reaver, for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. We are, we're gonna have a fun stream today, everybody. If there is one figure in the history of fossil science who is universally revered by paleontologists, everyone absolutely adores her, it would be Mary Anning. If you were to survey all of the fossil scientists in the world and ask them, like, who is the one person from the history of paleontology that you most look up to, you most admire, you have the most reverence for, Mary Anning, I guarantee you would come out as number one. Probably ahead of, people like Charles Darwin. Mary Anning's story is an incredible one for a number of different reasons. Her story is at once tragic and inspiring. And parts of it almost don't even seem
In
real.
at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Well, Ken.
_Truck_Horn for my sub gift.
Thank you, Truckhorn, for the sub gift. And Ken, I hope you're doing well. Happy Mary Anning's birthday to you.
I can see that my
Hope you're doing well, Ken.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Reaganation, holy cow. Thank you for that. 11 months now at tier 3. Extraordinary. I appreciate that. How you doing, Reaganation? Welcome,
If you're
welcome.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you for the 100 bits, Hogan. My. Appreciate that. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Ken, did you get your abstract submitted? I don't mean to put you on the spot. You don't have to answer. But, I hope you did. I hope I get to see a presentation of yours at SVP this year. And Sweetie Pie is really pushing the camera around, aren't you, Sweetie Pie? What are you doing? Hey. What are you doing?
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And holy cow, Sculpin, 12 months now at tier 3.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the
Really
dinosaurs.
appreciate that. What's going on here? Cats, My goodness.
Golden Kappa.
And holy cow, we've got a Golden Kappa hype train going on here. Fantastic. How often do those can't be common, although we've had a couple of these recently. This is our second one. Fantastic.
Playing tag with your iguanodon.
Thank you for that. I
Danny
appreciate
is
it.
the best.
Holy cow. Oh, you make me blush, Belen. Holy cow. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if Ken responded. Decided to put it off for a year. Talk to you about it at sounds good.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Have
Reganation.
some bits. Thalan 16 yeehaw.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Lenina, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Is it the first time our cassowary alert has come on? I think it is. Yeah. What are you doing, sweetie pie? What are you doing? Somebody wants some treats. I think that's what's going on.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Hogan, holy cow, look at those 1,000 bits.
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
My
try blaming the
goodness, thank you.
dinosaurs.
Hogan, and thank you, Diagonal, for those 100 bits. Phenomenal. We're up to a level 3 now in the hype train. Level 3 complete. Excellent. That is stupendous, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Holy cow. Let's get some treats for you, huh? Let's get some treats for you. Ooh. And smell that. Yeah. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. There you go. Go nuts. And Ken, I totally know what you mean. That's kind of what one of my projects is like too. I went through 3 different topics before I decided on something that I think would be fine to present on. But even still, I don't have some of the results ready. So yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that, Ken. I get it.
Reganation gifted a tier 1 sub to beekeepingit_real 69.
Thank you for that, Reganation. I really appreciate it.
They have given 233 gift subs in the channel.
Good
If you're
stuff.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Dinosaur
I went to
Dave.
the Daintree de Sockery Centre in Queensland yesterday. They had
Very
several
nice.
extinct Australian animals. They were all really accurate except Quantosaurus. Can you guess which dinosaur they chose to represent it in the walk? Spoilers, it's an American dinosaur.
Quantosaurus. So Quantosaurus is probably synonymous with Lealanosaura. I think it's one of the... I think it was like Tom and Victoria Vickers-Rich who described it. American dinosaur. Dryosaurus? I don't know.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
It belongs in a museum line scrum.
Thank you, the Raven, for those 100 bits.
Can make a wonderful difference
Cobalt
in
Reaver.
promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you for those 1,000 bits. Holy cow.
Playing tag with your iguanodon.
Deinonychus? That doesn't make any sense at all, Dinosaur
If
Dave.
you
That's
guessed
complete...
Deinonychus, you would right.
That's completely... Wow, why would they do that? Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's nuts. That is nuts. I don't know why they would do that. Anyway, Sweetie Pie. Yeah.
Wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Rocky Alters, thank you for the 5 months of support there. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Are they all gone, Sweetie Pie? Did you get all those? Did you get all the treats? Oh, there's one more.
Reganation gifted a tier 1
hiding
sub
under
to
your
Sweetie
floof.
Pie. They have given 234 gift subs in the channel.
Sweetie Pie, you just got a gift sub. You just got a gift sub from Reganation. Did you see that? My. Yeah. And thank you, Michael F01, for the 300 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. He's what I'm used. She just heard the air conditioner unit kick on. It's warm here today. Well, Sweetie Pie, I hope you enjoyed your treats. I hope you enjoyed your treats. Thanks for being here. And Golganek, Sweetie Pie has really been enjoying her new brush. It's been working really well for her.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to Marianne.
And thank you, Lenina.
17 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you very much, Lenina. I really appreciate that. And holy cow. Look. From Murph, we've got 10 gift subs here. And there's a lovely Tinamou bird to help celebrate that. That is excellent. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's overloaded.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Murph! Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Sweetie Pie, unperturbed by the bird explosion there. Aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Aren't you? You are not concerned. No, but you are just gonna look directly into the hearts of chat, aren't you? Those cat eyes. Look.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs. If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Hogan, for those 100 bits.
They had an accurate Cryolophosaurus, Australobinator, Metabarosaurus, Minmian Diprotodon.
Very nice.
The Deinonychus was baffling. I joked to them about it eating the Quantosaurus and they were not impressed. They got upset I mentioned it wasn't even close to right.
Well, shoot, Dinosaur Dave. Maybe one of these days they'll correct that. But,
if you're feeling a bit cheated,
anyway.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you for the 100 bits. And thank you, Hogan, for that additional 100 bits. Phenomenal. Yeah. What are you looking at, Sweetie Pie? What are you looking around at? Happy Mary Anning's birthday, Sweetie Pie. Happy Mary Anning's birthday, indeed. And we are working on a level 6 here. Holy cow. Let's see how high we can get this thing before we celebrate. But what a wonderful way to start today's stream. This is always one of my favorite streams of the year, and we've got a golden Kappa hype train to go with it. Phenomenal. They just finished updating the display. Oh, interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Well, shoot. Maybe they ran out of money or something, or I don't know what happened. Yeah. We've got 3.5 minutes to try and get to a level 6 here. Anybody who contributes to the Golden Kappa hype train will get a Golden Kappa emote that they can use for 24 hours. If that's any incentive to you, if you find that enticing, there you go. You can go into anybody's chat and use that, and they'd be like, "Where did you get that?" You can say, "I got it at Paleontologizing," and it happens at the end of the hype train, Claire. Yeah, Sweetie Pie. What's going on? What do you see? What do your sweetie eyes see, Sweetie Pie? And Mr. Pancratz, welcome back, Mr. Pancratz. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining us again. We're gonna have a fun stream today. And that stare is harrowing. That's a good word, Brooks Honor. That's a good word. I use that sometimes. Harrowing. It doesn't sound as... It doesn't have as negative a connotation as the word dire. I don't know. I feel like it works under more circumstances. What do you think, sweetie? What do you think? Oh. Okay.
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
Well.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Sweetie Pie, ladies and
Cats
gentlemen.
love dinosaurs too.
They do, Jedi Mega Man. They do. If my room here is any indication, they do love dinosaurs, and they like being around dinosaurs. However, this stream is not really about dinosaurs. It is obliquely related to dinosaurs because Mary
If
Anning
you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
and Ken, thank you for those 100 bits. You didn't have to do that, Ken, but I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. As it always is, Ken. Well, Mary Anning herself did not work on dinosaurs. I'm not sure she ever collected a single piece of any dinosaur. She is well known very well known for her work on ancient marine reptiles, ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and also other marine critters, and critters that would, you know, adjacent to a marine setting, like Dimorphodon here, which she discovered. As far as I understand it, Mary Anning originally discovered Dimorphodon. So if you like that pterosaur, Dimorphodon, you are partly indebted to Mary Anning for her discovery of it. And Ken wants the golden kappa. There you go, Claire. Nice. Yeah. 30 seconds left to try and get it. Yeah. Queen of the extinct reptiles, says Dinosaur Dave. I guess you could say so. Yeah. And she did grow up in a great place to find them. Absolutely, Funky Boy. Yes. She was very lucky in that regard, and...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Broken Symmetry, for the 100 bits.
But it may not seem like much.
And Mayfield
500
Pemberley,
bits goes a long way
500
towards
bits.
supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
Thank you, Mayfield. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Holy cow. And poor Dimorphodon, yeah, Steely Dan, it's... You know, I think it probably would have been a pretty cool-looking critter, Dimorphodon. There's a tendency... Oh, boy. In Jurassic World, they made it super ugly, which I object to. Ugh. Just an execrable Dimorphodon they had in that film. Ugh, I would not be surprised at all if it looked much more like this in life. Almost kind of puffin-like. There is a tendency to draw it to make it look like a puffin, and I'm not mad about that. I think that's... As far as cliches go, that's one that I like. Dimorphodon, call it a dinosaur. Oh, I like this too. Holy cow. So you can get this at... Oh, that's neat. I might have to grab one of these. You can get that as a t-shirt from Studio 252 MYA. That is excellent. Yeah. Here. Good stuff. But yeah, what are the chances? They're monsters, Danny! But isn't that kind of the point of the movie, is that they're not monsters, that they're animals? You know? Ostensibly, isn't that like one of the lines that one of the characters has? And yet the movie just treats them like monsters anyway. Anywho. And exactly, Petrodactylus. Yes, Jurassic World Dimorphodon. Awful. Awful. Anyway, and I'll see you later, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for being here. Safe driving. Anywho. Dimorphodon is one of the critters that Mary Anning first discovered. Why don't we talk a little bit about Mary Anning? Let's start off with this, which is new from as of this year, I believe. There was a really neat exhibit, traveling exhibit called Darwin and Dinosaurs. And here's a little piece that's associated with that traveling exhibit about Mary Anning. Be a nice little intro here. Yeah.
One of the most remarkable people in the history of paleontology is Mary Anning. We have
Without
a
a
special
doubt.
display on her because her
Look at that
position
ichthyosaur skull.
in the discovery of prehistoric monsters is just without equal. She was born in 1799 in a small town called Lyme Regis on the south coast of England, in Dorset. And when she was only 12 years old, she and her brother found the first ichthyosaur. She didn't get credit for it, however, because back then, women weren't allowed to be members of scientific societies.
Yeah.
So she would send her finds to leading scientists, and they...
Well, she didn't necessarily send them. They would come and purchase them from her and then claim them as their own. One of the things that I'm kind of proud of, actually, about our science, about paleontology, is that it was, in part, founded by a woman. I was going to say, I don't know how common that is, but it's probably more common than we realize. There's probably other scientific fields, a good number of them, where they were founded in part by a female researcher. Paleontology is one of those, though, and Mary Anning is that researcher. Let's continue.
They would write them up. And she often complained that they would add a little. And then when she read the paper that they published on it, she would write to her friends, well, they added that, they exaggerated a little bit in exactly what was found. She was very meticulous, very scientific, and very precise. Her family was very poor. They were actually collecting fossils because they were trying to sell them to get food. She would collect fossils along the seashore near Lyme Regis, and she had a little stand in town where she would put the fossils out and people would buy them. And in fact, Mary Anning is the person that is the inspiration for the rhyme, "She sells seashells by the seashore."
That doesn't seem to actually be true. Strictly speaking, that's not true. However, the reason that that particular rhyme exists today, the reason why it hasn't died out, why it hasn't been forgotten, is probably because of Mary Anning. That rhyme seems to predate Mary Anning herself, but its close association with Mary Anning is probably the reason why we still recite that tongue twister today.
She lived in poverty her whole life. Her father died early. She and her mother could not make ends meet. Several times the scientists, although they didn't give her credit in the scientific journals when they published her work, they often came to her aid. And William Buckland went to the government and said, you need to give Mary Anning a pension because she has contributed more to the discovery of these animals than anyone else, and the government did. They gave her a pension. In addition to the ichthyosaur, which she and her brother found the first one, she has a number of firsts. She found the first plesiosaur, which is a long-necked marine
I think the first
animal.
one in
England. She also found the first pterosaur ever found in England. It's called the Dimorphodon macronix. She was the first to discover the plesiosaur, first to discover the ichthyosaur. She was a groundbreaking, highly productive paleontologist and one.
It's all the more remarkable that she was able to do what she did because she had basically no formal education in science. She had to work to support her family from the time that she was like 10 years old, right after her father died. And her family was part of a religious group that was kind of ostracized from society for the most part. She belonged to a group called the Dissenters, who were not part of the Anglican Church, not part of like the official state religion of England, and as a result, she was not allowed to participate in certain parts of society, because of her, because of her family's religious tradition, and also she wasn't allowed to really participate in scientific circles because she was a woman. So she really had the deck stacked against her, and yet she still made remarkable discoveries which advanced the discipline of fossil science at a crucial time when it was just at its very beginnings. We'll talk about that in a little bit, how at the time most people didn't know what fossils were. Mary Anning helped to change that.
One of the great early female scientists of all time.
And there you go, Lordy. Exactly, yeah. 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 Lordy says the dissenters sound like they'd be unpopular with the ruling class. That was kind of the point, I guess, is that they were free thinkers to a certain extent. They didn't go with the flow. Anywho. Let's see. Mav K14 says, happy birthday, Dr. Paleontologist. It's not my birthday today. My birthday's in September. Today is the 225th birthday of Mary Anning, the mother of paleontology. We're celebrating her life and her achievements today. So thanks for joining us. And the Descenders does sound like a good surf rock band. Agreed. Yeah. That new cold opener made you... Oh, Claire Burr. It wasn't the intent. It's supposed to be goofy, but I'm glad you like it, Claire. I'm glad you like it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Mary Anning. Let's talk a bit more about her, shall we? Here we go. So, from the Lyme Regis Museum, Lyme Regis was the town where Mary Anning was born and lived her entire life. Mary Anning was born into a poor family in Lyme Regis in 1799. On this very day in 1799, May 21st. She was the daughter of Richard Anning, a cabinet maker who died when she was only 11 years old. Lyme Regis is a coastal town. Every winter, waves erode the soft Jurassic cliffs. Sometimes these waves uncover spectacular fossils. Mary's family rented part of a house standing on the sea wall. The house was exposed and was buffeted by the elements. Sometimes the ocean would just come in through the front door. The basement was her father's workshop, and they sold fossils from a table outside in the square. Many years later,
dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Dua Merthrax, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Many years later, the Lyme Regis Museum was built on the site of Mary's old home, and this model of the original house is on show in the museum. Very small house for her and her family. I think they rented the house too. I don't think they owned it. In 1811, Joseph Anning, Mary's brother, discovered a large ichthyosaur skull in the cliffs near Lyme. Mary found and carefully revealed the 5.2 meter long skeleton. A cast of the skull is on display in the Lyme Regis Museum. So this creature is an ichthyosaur. We'll talk more about ichthyosaurs in a minute. I think we'll do that next. But these are remarkable creatures. They're reptiles, not dinosaurs, but kind of marine reptile. And they're extraordinarily fish-like or dolphin-like in their kind of general body plan. Amazing creatures. Amazing creatures. In the winter of 1823, Mary was the first to discover a complete plesiosaur. And that's her illustration of it right there. And you can barely see it, but here it is framed up on the wall. Right here, too. Despite her growing reputation for finding and identifying fossils, many gentlemen scientists who bought her finds failed to acknowledge her in their publications. In Norwegian, we just call them fish lizards. That's cool that you've got like a regional term for them, Charlie's Dragon. In Lyme Regis Museum, you can see a fossil Hybota shark discovered by Mary Anning. Jurassic sharks had 2 dorsal fins, each with a fierce bony spine on its leading edge. These spines protected the shark from ichthyosaurs. That is pretty neat. Hybotas had teeth that could crush and grasp. Probably had a varied diet. Yeah. If you've ever seen Walking with Dinosaurs, the Cruel Sea episode, those are Hybota sharks. In that. Mary died of breast cancer in 1847. She was, I think, less than 48 years old. Her grave can be seen at St. Michael's Church, only a few minutes' walk from the museum. Mary is commemorated by a church window overlooking her grave, paid for by the Geological Society and installed in 1850. It reflects Mary's high regard in the local community and her services to the field of geology and paleontology, of course. We'll be talking a bit more about the failure to recognize Mary Anning during her lifetime. And when I say failure, it was a deliberate failure on the part of a lot of gentlemen, natural historians of the day. They didn't want to give her due credit for the finds that she made. They thought that as members of the upper class, they could get away with taking advantage of a working class woman who was actually doing the work in the first place. So yeah, literally, the man kept her down. Exactly, Claire Burr. Exactly. And exactly, Jody Fish, yeah, it was intentional professional sabotage. Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about those ichthyosaurs here and some of the other finds that Mary Anning had made. Take a look at this.
Hey guys, and welcome to episode 2 of Curiosities of the Natural History Museum, and I'm here in the wonderful Fossil Way. Now this huge hall is loaded with floor-to-ceiling specimens of incredible marine reptiles, many of which were found by a lady called Mary Anning and her brother and father, I believe, helped. So Mary Anning was a pioneering paleontologist of her time,
So she lived at the time before the word paleontology existed. I don't think it was until the 1820s that the word paleontology even appeared in print. So she was living at a time and collecting fossils, studying fossils, restoring fossils at a time when the word fossil wasn't even in wide use. The word fossil was still kind of a new word. The word itself goes back, I think, to the ancient Greek, fossilis, meaning dug up. Maybe it's Latin. I don't know. Latin, Greek. We use both of them almost interchangeably in the sciences. But the word fossil was not really something that even Mary Anning used all that often. When she sold them as curiosities. Because the concept of fossilization, the concept that these were like the remains of ancient organisms, was kind of a groundbreaking idea at the time. Like that was cutting edge science when Mary Anning was alive. The idea that these are not, weird facsimiles that were, I don't know, tricks that God was playing on people, or maybe that the devil was playing on people. Like, oh, let's have strange organic forms preserved in the rocks. This wasn't some trick of a deity or something. These are natural objects. That very idea that these were natural objects, that fossils were the preserved remains of ancient living things, that was kind of a brand new idea at the time. And Mary Anning helped to establish that idea further by digging those fossils up, by restoring them, by studying them, illustrating them, and supplying the gentleman naturalists of the day with specimens that they would publish on, because she wasn't allowed to publish at the time. Yeah, and look at the ammonoid mutilations. Exactly, Jody Fish, yeah. When ammonites were found, for instance, ammonites, like these. Some people called them snake stones, and they actually defaced them. People would carve the face of a snake into them and then sell them. I don't think Mary Anning herself ever did this, but it was common practice at the time, trying to improve upon nature by giving it a proper snake face. People were that clueless about fossils that this sort of practice was common. Yeah. No idea people did that with ammonite fossils? Oh yeah, Petrodactylus. Oh yeah. Yeah. And Claire Burr, it wasn't Charles Lyell used paleontology as a term early on, but he did not coin it. That was Blainville, I believe. Henri Marie Marcotte de Blainville. In, I think, like 1822 or something like that. Let's see. Let's see if we can find etymology for this. Let's see. Henri à côté de Blainville. Dude, where is he? Let's go to Blainville's beaked whale, which is named after him. Henri de Blainville. Okay. I believe he coined. Yep, it was 1822. 1822 that he coined the term paleontology. It was actually his third try. He had originally, in trying to come up with a term for this study of fossils, he originally called it paleozoology, meaning like ancient zoology. And then he realized that, oh shoot, that only really applies to animals. What if we find plant fossils or the fossils of other organisms? So he threw that in the bin, and then he came up with paleosemology.
The greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
Patrick Pirates. Thank you, thank you.
Happy birthday, Mary Anning. One heck of a STEM lady.
Patrick Pirate, I think the same could be said of you. Thank you so much for the 40 months of support. It's a long time, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. That's pretty excellent. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 40 months, Patrick Pirate. It's almost a whole year. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Patch. I hope things are good. I hope life's treating you well. I hope academia isn't getting you down too much. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Thanks for being here and supporting science outreach on Twitch. What were we saying? Oh yeah, Blainville and his coining of the word paleontology in 1822. Yeah, paleozoology was his first try. That didn't work because he realized, like, oh shoot, that's just animals. He tried paleosomology, which was the study of ancient forms, I think. And that didn't catch on. But then he introduced the term paleontology, or paleontologie in French, the G-I-E at the end. And that's the one that caught on. That's the one that other researchers used in their own publications. 1822 was the year. Here. I think it was paleosomology. I forget. Here, I've got it somewhere in a... Here we go. I wrote about this for a blog once. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Blainville edited the prestigious French Journal de Physique, compiling yearly summaries of findings in all the natural sciences, including a field he pursued research in, the emerging but still nameless study of fossils. In one year-end summary, he coined paleozoology, which seemed to do the trick until he realized that the term excluded plants, so he introduced paleosomology, or the study of ancient bodies, which became about as well used as you might expect. This cumbersome word eventually gained no positive welcome from other naturalists, for in 1822 he replaced it with paleontology, a study of ancient beings, the organisms themselves. And it was this neologism which was soon accepted by naturalists everywhere. So that is our word there. Paleosomology. And oh shoot, I can't really do that with... WordPad will let me adjust the font size. There we go. That was the word. His second go of it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. The point is, at the time that Mary Anning was doing her thing, fossil science was an entirely new discipline. She was on the very cutting edge of this at the time. And, it was that combined with her own personal tenacity that allowed her to make tremendous contributions to the field. Astonishingly important work she was doing at the time. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Let's take a look at this.
Hey guys, and welcome to episode 2 of Curiosities of the Natural History Museum, and I'm here in the wonderful Fossil Way. Now this huge hall is loaded with floor-to-ceiling specimens of incredible marine reptiles.
It's the dinosaur man!
Okay.
Oliver Sutton, thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Keeping me online past 3 months. I appreciate it, Oliver Sutton. How are you doing? Let's start over. Come on. Oh. All of a sudden, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads at all.
42 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Yeah, by changing things there's 5 lucky viewers who won't have to worry about any ads whatsoever for the next 30 days. All of a sudden, thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that. I really do. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Hey guys, and welcome to episode 2 of Curiosities of the Natural History Museum, and I'm here in the wonderful Fossil Way. Now this huge hall is loaded with floor-to-ceiling specimens of incredible marine reptiles, many of which were found by a lady called Mary Anning and her brother and father, I believe, helped. So Mary Anning was a pioneering paleontologist of her time, so she was the first professional fossil hunter. So her work is still studied today, and the specimens she's found are still on display. But she did this in a time that was unheard of. So women had little to no education in that time, let alone ran their own business. Mary Anning did all of that, even with everything up against her. So a lot of the time her specimens were sold off to male scientists. She wasn't given credit for what she found, but she was an amazing scientist herself who kept record and note of all of these discoveries, and we can still see that work today. So these 2 specimens are of ichthyosaurs of the species Temnodontosaurus. Now this one in particular was found by Mary Anning and her brother in the early 19th century. So it's about a meter-long skull, and it shows you just how large these creatures could get to. So this is just the jaw, and I mean, if you look at it, they are razor-sharp teeth that resemble that of fish and lizards, and that's how they actually get their name ichthyosaur. It translates literally to fish lizard. And if we move on to this eye area, it almost looks like a pineapple slice, but what's amazing about this is it's the largest eye of any predator out there. And around the eye is these bony plates, and what that allows is for the ichthyosaur to still be able to see very well in extreme depths and also darkness. So this is a very kind of scary but amazing part of this predator. And if we then go along, we can see some of the neck bones and vertebrae, and you can get an idea of just how
this is the original, by the way, not a cast.
Swimming around in the Jurassic
That is the original. Pretty cool.
This skull, being a meter long, suggests that the entire creature would have been over 10 meters. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's how big all of them were. They could have been even larger than that. Now this specimen in particular was sold to a gentleman called Mr. Henley, and then he very kindly gave it to the Bullocks Museum. It was later auctioned to the British Museum, and then it miraculously got lost and suddenly turned up here when the South Kensington Natural History Museum opened up its stores in 1881. But as you can see, it's very safely on display and well looked after, so I'm glad it was finally found. So this specimen in particular actually confused a lot of scientists and paleontologists at the time. So Mary Anning, even though she found it with her brother, they weren't included in the talks here. So these scientists who were looking at it almost thought it was fake because they just couldn't understand how it could be part fish, part lizard, and eventually it got the name ichthyosaur because of just that. But it was something completely new, and these were one of the first ever complete ichthyosaurs found. So this is one orientation of the fossil, and obviously fossils don't always die in the exact same way, and they can move after they, fall to the base of the seafloor. So if we come up here, we can see another orientation of this ichthyosaur. Now this is the same species, but what's spectacular about this one is you can actually see ammonite fossils on top of it. So these would have died and fallen to the base of the seafloor and just settled on top, and that's why we can see their imprint across the bones here.
Pretty cool.
So here's a portrait of Mary Anning herself holding her hammer but wearing traditional dress, which I just think is fantastic. Then above this plaque is a cast of a pliosaur. Now Mary Anning didn't find this, even though
That's Romaleosaurus, isn't it? It's not. Can you really call that a pliosaur? I don't think it's part of pliosaurs.
it looks like she did with the location of the plaque, so don't get confused if you do visit the museum. But this cast is based off of a specimen that was found at a Yorkshire mine a year after her death in 1848. Now, it was displayed by the mine owner for a few years before it was gifted to Philip Crampton, who arranged for it to be displayed in Dublin in 1853 during the British Association for Advancements of Science meeting. Now, it remained in Dublin for nearly a decade. However, eventually there was increasing concern that the structure protecting the fossil wasn't doing a very good job anymore, so it was then relocated to the Royal Dublin Society Museum. It was here that it could be scientifically studied, and also for Henry Ward to take the cast that he then would sell on. Now, these casts would fetch around $150 fully painted. Now, that was in 1866, so you can imagine that in today's world, these would now be worth quite a few thousand.
The Raven, yeah.
Now, only 5 casts survive today, and most are hidden away. However, the one in the History Museum of London, you can see it's the main object of the fossil where you cannot miss it. It is humongous, and you can even touch it. It's the one specimen that's not protected by glass. So the real bones of this specimen have been located, and we can see in this wonderful footage that Dr. Dean Lomax took at the National Museum of Ireland that they are in pieces. Now, this is because in 1877, the Royal Dublin Society Museum was incorporated into the National Museum of Ireland. And there was then, collections were being moved over the next few decades. And in order to move this specimen, it was broken up with sledgehammers for ease. And so it's one of those that hopefully in time it'll be pieced back together, and the original spectacular pliosaur found in Yorkshire can be put back on display in one of the wonderful museums. But for now, you can go and see a wonderful cast of it in the London Natural History Museum, and other casts can be found. I believe there is one in the Smithsonian Museum that went on display, so you can see them dotted around, and in themselves, they are a wonderful piece of history. So let's now move on to Mary Anning's first plesiosaur fossil that she's found. Very nice.
Yep.
Now here we can...
This is the one famously that she illustrated, which again, I have right over here on the wall. You can barely see it there, but let me just take it off the wall to show you real quick. There you go. That is an illustration that Mary Anning did of this. Not only did she find these fossils, identify them, study them, clean them, but also she illustrated them too. And in some cases, she illustrated them using Jurassic Age ink. Ink from fossil belemnites that were 150 million years old. Ancient squid-like creatures, Jurassic cephalopods. She was able to reconstitute their ink and then use that to do her illustrations, which I think is remarkable. That is so cool. So, there you go. There is that.
see her initial sketch that she put into a letter to actually announce the discovery of this new fossil animal. Now we can see from this sketch that it very closely resembles the actual fossil itself. So we can now see here the specimen of the fossil that is on display at the London Natural History Museum. And you can see her detail in this sketch, and she's put notes with it as well to really announce and explain what she's found. Because Mary Anning, she had a limited education and she was self-taught with a lot of what she knew. Now she had limited exposure to books and literature, and a lot of it was, handed down to her or borrowed. And this is how she got a really complex education of fossil reptiles. She would also dissect modern animals, including both fish and cuttlefish, to get that better understanding of the anatomy of the fossils that she was finding. Now this is incredible work to be so self-taught in a time that there was just no formal education for these women, and she became so highly recognized for her knowledge that even in an age where women weren't respected for, their academia or their work in science, she still was making a reputation, and her fossil shop itself was getting a reputation. So if she was a man, she may have made even greater moves, but considering the time she was in, I think it's extremely impressive that we're still stood here chatting about her today.
Agreed.
That's all we've got for you in today's episode, but we're going to now head to a very fun department that I'm sure a lot of...
Anywho, here's a link to this right here. Sorry, I think I forgot about some of the links earlier, but there you go. A number of these plesiosaurs were actually named after Mary Anning posthumously. One of them is Anningsaura. There we go. Yeah, Anningsaura, sorry. Distinct genus of basal plesiosaur. There is a reproduction of the skull, and my, that looks familiar, doesn't it? I was able to find this online and 3D print it. So we've got a life-size Anningsaura right here in the office. Yeah. Pretty cool. And Toothy Boy or Gal, yes, Charlie's Dragon, well, Sora. Saurus is kind of neutral. Sora, as a suffix, is feminine. So Maiasaura, the good mother lizard. Lialanasaura, named after somebody named Lialan, was female. Anningsaura, named after Mary Anning. Anningasaura, I should say. Anningasaura. It was originally described as Plesiosaurus macrocephalus by Charles William Andrews in 1896. Yeah. Juvenile plesiosaur. It was given a new genus name, so interesting that it doesn't actually show up anywhere close to Plesiosaurus. So it was given a new genus name, Anningasaura. I think it's very fitting that it was named after Mary Anning. It was first described and named by Peggy Vinson and Roger B.J. Benson in 2012. The type species is Anningasaura limense, from Lyme. Lyme regis. The generic name honors Mary Anning, British fossil collector who became known around the world for finds she made in the Jurassic marine beds of Lyme regis in Dorset. The specific name is derived from the name of Lyme regis locality where the only known specimen was collected. There you go. And there is a cast right there of the skull. Not in great shape. Makes me feel not as bad for how I didn't have time to really properly paint the 3D print that we have right here. But here it is. I don't know if I'm going to take it off the wall right now just because I've got it kind of wrapped up with some transparent rubber bands so it can be on the wall. Sweetie Pie, you're back. How are you doing? Somebody's starved for attention right now. Is everybody asleep upstairs? What's going on? Yeah. And she's pushing the camera. No, Sweetie Pie. And she really likes that. Oh. Rakadactylus, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, bless you. Gesundheit, sweetie pie. Gesundheit. Goodness. And I'm doing well, Rakadactylus. I hope you are too. We're celebrating the 225th anniversary of the birth of Mary Anning, the mother of paleontology, a founder of fossil science. As we do every year, we're celebrating her birthday. So I'm glad you could be here. Oh, sweetie pie, hello. Why does the dryer keep doing? Let me work on that. Yeah. Oh. She needs all the treats and pets. Do you want any more treats, sweetie pie? I gave you like 8 treats earlier. Do you want some more? Behind you. Look, right here. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, you really steal the show, sweetie pie. You really do. Don't you? Attention and food. Whose birthday is it? Yeah. Oh. There's a piece right there too. You missed a piece, sweetie pie. You missed a piece. Let's see if I can find anything there. Yeah, here, let's take a look at that other clip of Romaleosaurus. When we're envisioning the environment in which these marine reptiles lived, it can often be important to have some visual aids. Let me show you. There we go. It's a good one. This is from a book I've had since I was a kid. And here we go. Reptiles of the Jurassic Seas. Here are some of those critters that were swimming around and flying around doing their thing in the late Jurassic, in the rocks that Mary Anning was working in. We've got Ichthyosaurus right here, pursuing a coelacanth fish. We've got a long-necked plesiosaur being dined upon by a short-necked plesiosaur. Romaleosaurus chowing down on a plesiosaurus. And of course, there's some ammonites swimming around too. These are this is a really nice kind of illustration of this ancient environment. I especially like the addition of the coelacanth here. It makes me happy. Well, here, kind of delving further into that, let's take a look at this. Romaleosaurus cramptoni. So this is not one that Mary Anning dug up, but it is from the same time and place, as I understand it. Might be from the same geological formation. In a partnership with Google Arts and Culture, museum experts put flesh on the ancient bones. Oh, pretty cool. Check that out.
During the process, we had to work out how the animal looked, how it might have swum around, how it might have behaved and interacted with the environment that it finds in the museum.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It's an amazing experience to actually see the life reconstructions of these animals within the space where their skeletons are also kept. So I'm used to walking through the museum at different times of day, seeing the skeletons on the wall, but I've never seen a living marine reptile, and seeing one of these actually come off the wall gives a real new dimension.
He's never seen a living marine reptile? He's never seen a sea turtle? Or a sea snake? Or a marine iguana? Presumably he means Mesozoic marine reptile.
Walking through the museum at different times of day, seeing the skeletons on the wall, but I've never seen a living marine reptile, and seeing one of these actually come off the wall gives a real new dimension to how we appreciate those animals.
That's neat, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Slightly underwhelming, maybe. But it's cool, I guess. Yeah. Have you actually seen these things in person? You bet. Drown, yeah. Yeah. I've seen plenty of sea turtles in captivity. I don't think I've seen one in the wild yet. No, I take that back. I have in Florida. Back when I was a kid. I've seen sea turtles in the wild. I forgot about this until I was thinking about it the other day. And I've also seen sea snakes in captivity, but I've never seen them in the wild.
The adult.
And Maximum Darnage, thank you for the 23 months of
Ontogeny.
support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good to have you here. 23 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. Yeah. Seen baby sea turtles up close? I've never done that, Steely Dan. That's on my bucket list. That's something that I really, really want to do. Is to help some baby sea turtles reach the waves after hatching. But yeah. And Atlas Brood says, what do you think of the Mary Anning biography movie, Ammonite, Danny? I wouldn't call it a biography. For what it is, I think it's really well done. But going into it expecting it to be a biography, I think will disappoint you. Because there's not a whole lot of fossil science in that movie. It's a romance, and it's a speculative one at that. We're not going to get into too much detail about that, but we'll take a look at a trailer for the film, and we'll look at some interviews as well about that. So we'll get to that in a bit. And I didn't say no fossil stuff, Atlas Brood. I said there's not very much of it. Yeah. It is a period drama. Exactly, Funky Boy. Yes. Yes. You know what? Let's take a look at a trailer. Here we go. So this is definitely not a documentary.
Sea lizard. 6 feet long. Days it took to dig it out.
This is a bleak movie, but it's beautifully done in its way. Very English.
It's in the British Museum. That one was special.
Miss Annie. I've often heard your reputation discussed in the Geographical Society in London.
Is there something you wanted, sir?
My wife, she hasn't been at all well of late. She suffers from melancholia. I want her to walk the shoreline with you, learn from you.
I'm not looking for an apprentice.
And Rahab Mahakala says this film irritates me to no end. She spent her life's work building paleontology as we know it. And what's the best filmmakers can do? A fictional romance. You can guarantee it wouldn't be... I mean... We don't have direct proof that she and Charlotte Murchison had a romantic relationship, but we do know that they were very good friends. They were very close. Mary Anning... Yeah, it's... I definitely can't be mad at this movie. It does certainly celebrate her life, but that's not the focus of the movie itself. I guess to a certain extent, if you're going to make a movie about someone who led a life like Mary Anning... No, I take it back. I was going to say that you have to throw some romance in there in order to be able to sell it, and that's not true. That's not true. That is the direction that the filmmakers went with this. But it's... I'll say, for what it is, it's beautifully done. I, of course, would have loved to have seen more screen time for Mary Anning's work on the fossils in this film, but that's not really what the film is about, you know? There are a lot of people who have heard of Mary Anning for the first time because of the release of this movie, and I think that's a good thing. But yeah, for what it is, it's a beautiful film. I always want to see more fossil content. I always want to see more attention paid to the fossil science. That being said, I think on its own merits, the film is a good one.
I would pay a premium for a private audience.
It's not easy work.
It does an excellent job of kind of capturing the setting as well.
What is it? Cheap tourist fodder. Beautiful. It pleases me you struck up a friendship together.
What is it? Something? Nothing?
And I'll give you the link if you want to watch the rest of the trailer and then watch the movie. It does get a little racy. In a way that is tasteful and really well done. But if that's not your bag, you know, it doesn't have to be for everybody. Yeah. And Atlas Brood says, this is like making a movie about Marie Curie and not showing any of the radium stuff. There is discussion of fossils in this film. But that's not necessarily the focus of the film, if that makes sense. It's not like there's no attention paid at all to fossil science, because there certainly is. But that's not what this film is supposed to be, you know? Yeah. And Petrodactylus, yeah, we've been hearing about that film for a while now. I haven't been able to find it online yet, but I also haven't really looked. Anywho, let's take a look at an interview with star of the film Kate Winslet about the film and about Mary Anning herself.
I had this sort of overwhelming feeling that, quite selfishly, I just thought, I can't let someone else play this part. I just knew I would find that really distressing.
We're here to talk about Ammonite, which, to give everyone a background, I was very lucky to see it a little while ago, and Francis kind of got it over to me. And
more fossil science than Jurassic World? 100 times as much fossil science as Jurassic World. Yeah, no doubt. This is much more of a paleontology movie than Jurassic World was. I'll say that. Oh, yeah. It's also a much, much, much better movie. Jurassic World is dog water compared to this film. El Finito, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a masterpiece. And from an actor's point of view, Kate's performance and Saoirse's performance are incredible and mind-blowing and completely transformative. And I've got to know Kate a little bit since, and it's a completely different character. It's kind of extraordinary. So in terms, firstly, Francis Lee, how did this come about? What was the,
hey, El Benito.
You obviously made God's Own Country. How quickly after did you know that you wanted to write this story, and how did it start?
Well, it was actually when we were promoting God's Own Country, and we were touring around the world in the UK and doing a lot of promotion for God's Own Country. And I was looking for a gift, a polished stone or a fossil for a friend at the time. And I kept coming across this woman's name, Mary Anning. So I read about her, and I was instantly struck by her circumstances. Here was this working class woman born into a life of poverty in an incredibly patriarchal, class-ridden society. And through her own ingenuity, self-taught knowledge, determination, and this real sense I had that she had this will to survive, became what we would now call one of the leading paleontologists of her generation.
Oh, yeah.
And it was those circumstances really that really propelled me to investigate what that must have felt like to be a woman, a working class woman in this very, very strict male-dominated world. And as she progressed in her life and her career, men would come and buy her relics, as she called them, her fossils. And they would reappropriate those finds for themselves. So in her lifetime, she never had any recognition, really.
True.
And
very
it was
true.
Those circumstances that really pushed me to look at her. There were very little parallels between Mary's life and my life. I'm not saying I was as brilliant as Mary Anning at all. But, I grew up in rural England, into a very working class family, didn't have access to a great education. Always knew I wanted to write and direct, but just didn't know how I could get to what looked like a very kind of privileged profession that was populated with people who weren't like me.
We'll be talking about that recognition, Petrodactylus, yes. Brilliant.
And Kate, what in terms of how did the script come to you, and what was your sort of first impressions? What was what grabbed you about Mary?
Let's skip forward a little bit. I watched this morning, and we'll move to where Kate Winslet actually talks about Mary Anning.
What I had seen. But I had this sort of overwhelming feeling that, quite selfishly, I just thought, I can't let someone else play this part. I just knew I would find that really distressing. And it was very clear to me that the only person who could play Charlotte was Saoirse Ronan, and I sort of didn't dare think it, just in case Francis wasn't thinking the same thing. And within 24 hours of reading the script, we had our first conversation, and he did reveal that absolutely he believed that Saoirse was right for Charlotte, and so I was just doing backflips from the word go.
Atlas Brute says, how did we find out which fossils Mary dug up versus rich people appropriating them? Because she took meticulous notes, she did sketches, she wrote letters at the time. It's all there, ink on the page. So we know which particular specimens she excavated in the first place.
And then sort of creeping up on Mary a little bit. I had a good few months to prepare, which was really lovely. And just trying to make her my own, which was tricky because people do have quite strong opinions about who she was. People who are who move in geological circles, people who are from Lyme Regis, they feel very strongly about Mary as though she's one of their own. And so I felt the responsibility to honor the essence of who she was, in terms of her work and in terms of how she lived her life. But at the same time, I felt I had to add a certain degree of grounded backstory that perhaps might not have been written about. And for me, that came into play when I read about the loss of a lot of her siblings, but in particular, her connection with her father, who had died when she was about 10 or 11 years old, quite suddenly. And he had taught her everything that she knew about fossil finding, about paleontology. And it seemed to me she had a very special bond with her dad. And I actually have a very special bond with my dad. And that's not something I've ever been able to explore on screen before. And the loss of her father, for me, signified a huge turning point in Mary's emotional life, from which point on, I believe she had sort of certain emotional chips that were then therefore missing, and a little bit of an abandonment issue, I felt. And that, for me, was what underpinned her inability to openly love freely, to function in social circles with any degree of confidence. And also not knowing how to express real love or a little bit of natural envy or perhaps sometimes jealousy without it coming across in quite a clunky and awkward emotional way. So those were the things that for me, once I'd sort of educated myself about who she was and her pioneering discoveries, I focused much more on the emotional person that she had become as a result of her childhood and her life.
Yeah. Anywho, if you want to watch that whole thing, we only skipped a little bit of it. Here is a link. Let's jump into this video right here with people today telling you about Mary Anning, including somebody that I think all of you know. A certain Uncle David.
Well, I knew nothing about her. I had never heard of her until I went to the Dinosaur Museum in Dorchester with my son, who was very small at the time. And there was a display about her in one corner, and I was fascinated immediately by this idea of her being a working class woman who made all these amazing scientific discoveries and kind of held her own amongst all these middle-class men who had been Oxford
middle class and upper class,
and she had had no education, no formal education at all. She's pretty well known in the local area, Lyme Regis and the Jurassic Coast. People know about her, knew about her.
Through Tracy's book, Remarkable Creatures and things like that, she's becoming more well known to more people. But for a long time, it was really only a local thing, that people didn't know outside of this area, really, quite how important she was.
And I would maybe beg to differ about that before we get to Sir David here. Paleontologists. We've known about and celebrated Mary Anning since probably the mid-1900s, like beginning of the middle of the 20th century. Just about every dinosaur documentary that came out from the 1980s, through the 1990s, if there's a section on the history of paleontology, Mary Anning had a prominent part in that. Let me show you an example. This is it's from a VHS tape that I had when I was a kid. Where's the part with Mary Anning? There we go.
But barely a dozen years earlier, a girl called Mary Anning, who lived in the Lyme Regis area of Dorset in southern England.
Oh, and is that right, Ricadactylus? Okay. And Iacane says, happy birthday. Thank you, Iacane. I have finally turned 22 years... What? No, Iacane, it is, of course, the birthday of the mother of paleontology, Mary Anning, today. Born May 21st, 1799. We are celebrating her life and accomplishments today, and we're celebrating the fact that Mary Anning is finally getting the recognition that she deserves long, long, long after her death, because she did not receive that while she was alive. The wealthy gentlemen of the day basically stole credit from her for her discoveries, claimed that credit for themselves in a lot of instances. They published her fossil finds, took her work on these fossils that she discovered, and published it as their own in some cases. So anyway, we're talking about Mary Anning today, and celebrating her, I guess you could say, her contributions to the founding of the science of paleontology. Before the word paleontology even existed, she was making important paleontological discoveries.
She had found, amongst other fossils, the complete fossilized remains of a prehistoric fish lizard, the Ichthyosaurus.
Yep. Hogan.
And because Dr. Mantell knew that, like the lias rock that Mary Anning had found her fossils in, the sandstone rocks surrounding the teeth were very old, going back almost 100 million years, he knew that the teeth must have come from the same period of prehistoric time.
So this is the thing, when Mary Anning made these discoveries, fossils were a brand new thing. Fossils had not really been studied by scientists of the past. This was the newest scientific field there was at the time. Well, one of the newest. I guess a bunch of different scientific fields for seeing their origins around the same time. When you had the famous geological court, at Sydenham, South London, a bunch of these were critters that Mary Anning discovered. Only 4 of these were dinosaurs. Everybody knows the 2 iguanodon there, and the Hylaeosaurus and the Megalosaurus, but the majority of these critters are marine reptiles, ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. Mary Anning found a bunch of those. And so her finding of these things in the first place really kind of helped jumpstart the study of vertebrate paleontology in England. Without Mary Anning, there would have been no Crystal Palace Park. There would have been no Waterhouse Hawkins, prehistoric animal statues. That started with Mary Anning. The Raven says, I can't imagine a world where we don't know what dinosaurs and things are. It's weird to think about, but that world existed not that long ago. Shoot, when people in the U.S. go on and on about, the founding fathers, they were so wise and true, and they did everything right. Like, they lived at a time when we didn't know that dinosaurs existed, It's not that long ago. So that's interesting to think about. That the study of fossil organisms is, in the grand scheme of things, it's a fairly new discipline. scientists have been studying the movement of atoms for longer than they've been studying fossils. It's interesting to think about. When was the first museum that opened that showed fossils? It depends how you define museum, Wadoku. There were... In ancient Greece, there were temples where they would show off fossils. But the first ever, like, museum in the world would be probably the NHM in London. The Natural History Museum of London is widely considered to be the first real, like, natural history museum. Yeah. Anywho, and Rasputin, the band, had a song about a fossil found on someone's farm, I think. Interesting history buff. Yeah. And Mushrooms Are Jazz says, I once got into an argument with one of the smartest people I know, a grandmaster in chess. That grandmaster was like a KKK thing. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. I don't know. I've never liked chess. A celebrated chemist started a massive pharmaceutical company, also believed dinosaur bones were fake and planted in the ground. Mushrooms Are Jazz, you'd be... I'm not entirely surprised to hear that, I guess. Something about, like... I don't know. Physicists, chemists... often believe some really wacky things. I met a chemistry professor once who, no joke, believed in elves. Like magical elves that would emerge at night and steal items from people's houses. I'm not kidding. Even some, like, really well-known physicists, astronomers, Fred Hoyle, the famed British astronomer, was an absolute kook later on in life. Like, loco for Choco Puffs. Here. He wrote this book, Archaeopteryx, the primordial bird. Archaeopteryx is a really well-known fossil bird. It's one of the earliest fossil birds that we have. Really famous. He wrote a book claiming that it was a hoax and that evolution wasn't real, that instead it was alien space viruses that descended to Earth that caused the changes that we see in the fossil record and not creatures evolving over time. Yeah, just completely bonkers. Just because someone is well-versed in a particular area, and honestly, you'd probably find a lot of astronomers who thought that Fred Hoyle was a nut about astronomy, too. He was vehemently against the like, Big Bang idea, that the universe had a beginning. He was a steady-state guy, and I think he was until his death. He just refused to consider the evidence to the contrary. But, yeah, I don't know. Completely bonkers book here, claiming that all of the fossil bird fossils that existed at the time, all of the specimens of fossil birds that existed at the time he thought were all hoaxes. He thought that there couldn't possibly be any birds that lived alongside dinosaurs because that's the wrong time for birds. Birds only showed up later because space viruses caused the origin of birds after the end of the Mesozoic, you know? But yeah, it's bonkers. Just, I don't know, there's something about fossil science that, like, certain people have real difficulty grasping, even people who consider themselves extremely intelligent. And I think that's because, to a certain extent, fossil science is much more complicated than the fields that they're part of, you know? You've got a lot more variables, you've got a lot more uncertainty, you've got a lot more levels of layered complexity in something like fossil science than you do in something like chemistry or physics. Those fields are just inherently simpler. You're kind of dealing with stuff that's closer to just the basic building blocks of the universe. you know? You're not dealing with as many levels of complexity as you have. Because in order to do paleontology, you need to know a little bit of physics, you need to know a little bit of chemistry. That's a field that builds on those fields that you know, underlie it. Anyway. But yeah, Dunning-Kruger is a huge thing. Anyway, if you want to read more about this without actually getting hold of that book, Darren Naish, Darren Naish has a blog post about this. Where was that? Oh, come on, Google. Google's just getting worse and worse. There's like ads here in the search results. Let's see. Let me try DuckDuckGo or something. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, boy. By Darren Naish, who's the lead paleontological consultant on Prehistoric Planet. But he says, today I want to talk about something completely different. During the 1980s, astronomer Sir Fred Hoyle proposed, with his colleagues Chandra Wickram Singh, Lee Spetner, and R.S. Watkins, that the London Archaeopteryx specimen was a forgery made by pressing chicken feathers into plaster laid about the skeleton of a small predatory dinosaur, Compsognathus. It is nuts, and you can read all about that in this. It is pretty bonkers. Yeah. Anywho, there you go. But yeah. Mushroom Sir Jazz says, who's got the time to forge dinosaur bones? I mean, yeah, legitimate question. But I think it does rankle certain people that there's stuff that they don't know about. And rather than grapple with this idea that, like, hey, maybe I don't know everything, instead they want to go just, oh, that's fake. You know, doesn't exist. Because I don't know anything about this particular scientific field, that means that field is a hoax or something. Like, it takes a real kind of very naive, I think, chauvinism to believe that. But it's that same kind of pig-headedness that also helps people get ahead in academia. And in other areas of life, too. So, I don't know. Sometimes that kind of piggishness is rewarded. Anyhow. That's being way too nice, says Trek Nerd. Yeah. And there's an XKCD comic for this situation? Is there? Yeah, it's just like the perfectly spherical cow. You're trying to predict the behavior of complicated system? Just model it as simple object and then add some secondary terms to account for complications I just thought of. Easy, right? So why does your field need a whole journal anyway? Liberal arts majors may be annoying sometimes, but there's nothing more obnoxious than a physicist first encountering a new subject. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That kind of naive, piggish overconfidence is something that is very unbecoming no matter who you are. I certainly hope I don't do that kind of thing. Please call me out if I ever do that, chat. Keep me honest about this, because that is like one of those things I most detest. I do not want to become that. Deal? Call me out if you ever feel that I'm doing that, okay? Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's the children who are wrong. Am I so out of touch? Exactly, mushrooms are jazz, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Squall says, I don't think it's a good idea to compare different science branches like paleontology and physics. They're not easier or harder, different. No, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to push back against this idea that physics is somehow the queen of the sciences, because that is something that I think even a lot of scientists in paleontology kind of assume that, oh, physics, because, you know, you've got more mathematical equations that are common in the study of physics, that it has to be somehow more difficult, more complex, that it requires a greater intellect. That is just kind of an assumption that's floating around in the ether, and I'm trying to push back against that in the strongest terms. Does that make sense? It is the case that fossil science... I'm not saying that paleontologists are smarter than physicists. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that paleontology is inherently a more complex science. We're dealing with more variables. You have so many more additional levels of complexity than when you're just dealing with the very basic building blocks of the universe. It can be more difficult to replicate results in a study because you have so many more variables. Where the rubber meets the road, paleontology is a much more complex science than physics or chemistry. Does that make sense? Because it incorporates physics and chemistry within it. Again, I am not saying that paleontologists or geologists or zoologists are smarter than physicists. I'm saying that our field, the things that we study, the systems that we are trying to characterize, they are more complex than just the motion of atoms. Does that make sense? I hope so. Rocky Hunters, oh no. That sounds like bullying, but physicists think they're hot stuff until someone demonstrates the fundamental qualities of inertia with a well-timed pulled chair. Oh boy. Yeah, anyway. Need to replicate your results? Just add a rusty nail in a bucket. There you go, Patrick Pirate. Yeah. But yeah. And Rakadactylus says, one of my early mentors in cognitive science said the division isn't between the hard sciences and the soft sciences. It's between the hard sciences and the difficult sciences. Yeah. And Rahab Mahakala says physics is more of a specific discipline. It's not, actually, Rahab Mahakala. It's not. Talk to a physicist about this, and they'll tell you. Talk to Tiny Toxic Tofu about this. She's a physicist. She streams here on Twitch. You can ask her yourself. Can we get a shout out for Tiny Toxic Tofu? I asked her, like, how many working physicists do you think there are in the world? And she said that's really, really difficult to say because very few people who study physics actually get called physicists. It's an extraordinarily broad field. You get people who go into material sciences, you get people who go into engineering, you get people who go into all of these different disciplines that all fall under the banner of physics, but they're extremely disparate in their job descriptions, and their titles, and their specific areas of expertise. Yeah, she's like, I don't think there are very many people in the world who, like, their job title would say physicist, or they would describe themselves as physicists, even if they're doing physics. But it seems like there's probably tens of thousands of physicists in the world, like, under different names, specific disciplines, that kind of thing. She didn't give me that figure. That's kind of like, I looked into this a little bit more, and it seems like that's the case. There's about, if we're talking about vertebrate paleontologists, there's about, I think about 3,000 of us in the world. Paleontologists who study vertebrate animals. And the roster of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, that's probably the best metric that we have for the number of professional paleontologists in the world. I think it's about 3,000. Yeah. And they're very funny, Michael T. Merritt, yeah. That's a phrase I've heard so many times, and it's so grating. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of room to specialize and dedicate yourself to one particular branch, but paleontology tends to be a jack-of-all-trades science. It depends. I don't know. There's not that... It's hard to make generalizations about paleontology because there aren't very many of us. About paleontologists. There are some paleontologists who study everything from fossil bacteria to fossil whales. And there are some paleontologists who only specialize in a particular group of trilobites. There are some paleontologists who study things like coprolites, like fossil droppings. Mary Anning, by the way, was the first person to recognize coprolites, fossil dung. We'll be talking about that in a bit. But, yeah. Some paleontologists are incredibly specialized in what they do. And some paleontologists are extraordinarily Catholic in their research interests. In the traditional sense of that term, meaning like it's all kinds of different stuff. Varied, myriad, maybe would be a better word. You say Catholic and people think you're talking about a religious sect, but, you know, there's another definition for that word too. It just means kind of all over the place. So yeah. And, but Squall, yeah, and I agree with you there, Squall, yeah. Anywho. I don't know how we got on this in the first place, but, yeah. Let's talk a little bit about... There we go. Let's get back to this. Get back to Mariana.
I suppose it's surprising that she is not more widely known, but after all, she didn't publish anything directly. And so the names that you see on labels, and indeed on articles about these ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs and so on, have no cause.
And there you go, Funky Boy, yes.
Mary, because they're concerned with the anatomy of the things she found. But as in interest in the history of the development of paleontology, which of course developed here and for which she was a key figure, as that grows, she becomes better known.
She found complete specimens of two big things and one smaller thing. The first was the ichthyosaur. The second was a plesiosaur, and the third was a pterodactyl. Now, these are all marine reptiles or dinosaurs that we know
They're
of
not dinosaurs,
now,
not dinosaurs.
but they were completely
That's wrong. They're not dinosaurs.
new then. She worked out what coprolites are. Now, coprolites are basically dinosaur poo. I don't know any other way to say it than that. But she worked
And Luna Mary, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology.
out. They were these odd-looking things I used to call bezoars, and she worked out there were little tiny scales in them, and she thought, somebody's been eating this and then pooing it out, and so she had a brain on her. She wasn't just good at finding things on the beach. She was also ticking over, what could this be? How does this work? How does this fit in?
There has been a great increase in interest in the history of science. And it is, after all, something that this country ought to be very proud about.
Yeah. How in the world is it that Mary Anning is not on British money? How is she not on coins in the UK? Aside from commemorative coins. There might be a commemorative coin that Mary Anning is on. Let me look. There's a token you can get, a commemorative token at the Natural History Museum, but that's like a souvenir thing. These are different critters that she discovered. There's her name, Mary Anning, on it, which is really cool. That is actually really, really cool. And I think this might be art by John Sibbick, really well-known British paleo artist. But How is she not on pound notes or whatever? At least old Chucky D was, I think. Yeah, from the Bank of England, the 10-pound note. He was on there for a while. I don't know if he is anymore. But that is pretty cool. That's one of those areas where the UK has the US beat. We've never really had scientists on our money. I guess Thomas Jefferson is on the $2 bill, but who has $2 bills apart from me? And he wasn't a scientist first and foremost, like Darwin was. So anyway, that's pretty cool. Big salute to the UK for having a scientist on their money. You know? Yeah. Me? Yeah. I collect $2 bills, Patrick Pirate. One of these days, if I get like a big check that I want to bring to a bank in cash, be like, yeah, I'm gonna need this in $2 bills. Hopefully they don't call the cops because they think it's a robbery or something. But yeah. And you have a few too? Nice, Patrick Pirate. Yeah, $2 bills are really cool. You know, it's all about the Jeffersons, baby. You collect $2 bills as well. Very cool, Camellia. Yeah. Anywho, my boss has a lot of $2 bills. Gets them at his bank every payday. I need to start doing that. Will 62. Everything is direct deposit for me, but I guess first I'd probably need to have a bank, huh? I'm still with the credit union in Montana. The nearest branch is literally 1,000 miles away. Yeah. Anywho, I hate banks. I really do. I used to bank with Wells Fargo because they had ATMs in the university that I was at. I'm like, okay, I'll sign up for... Man, they really screwed me over. You know the whole thing where they like opened up a bunch of accounts in people's names so that certain executives would get bonuses, and then like they would move your money around without you knowing it? Happened to me. Awful company. Despicably evil. Oh man, I hate them. Yeah. Back to something more pleasant here.
This is the birthplace of paleontology pretty well. The revelation that there were these enormous monsters in the seas of many hundreds of years ago, millions of years ago, that is a very considerable revelation that astounded people in scientific circles. And it's not easy to find out details of her life. She didn't leave a lot of letters. There are some in which she quite explicitly sorts out some of these chaps who thought they knew what they were talking about, and she explains what the fossils really are. And her perception of what they are is truly remarkable.
They used to send her scientific articles they had written, and after she had been out on the beach all day looking for fossils, in her studio cleaning them up, at night she would sit down and copy these long articles about whatever, about geological stuff, about ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, the stuff that they had written based on what she had discovered.
Paleontology in those days was in its infancy, and so there weren't...
The word paleontology didn't even exist yet.
Much written to base your deductions on. It was Mary's good sense of anatomy and how bodies worked, and what teeth and vertebrae and ribs, what they meant and what they implied, that she enabled her to make these very clear analyses of what these animals were.
I think Mary Anning had two strikes against her. She was a woman and she was working class. So
3 strikes, actually. She had 3 strikes against her. Not only was she a woman, not only was she working class, kind of living hand to mouth, having to support her family by selling fossils. Her father died when she was 11 years old. Also, her family was part of a dissenting religious group. So they were essentially like a religious minority within England, and she was like not allowed to participate in certain parts of society because of that. because her family was not part of the official, government sanctioned religious sect. She was not part of the Church of England. She belonged to a group called the Dissenters, I believe.
So, as a woman, nobody expected women to take part in the great scientific revolution. The Geological Society, which is very influential in London, didn't allow women members. So that
These are
cut
just
her
some
out.
of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Marigash Pesci, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
So, and her second strike is she is working class, so she never went to school. There was no chance
cool,
of
Alex
her,
Vixen. I
either
didn't know
working
that.
class or woman, to go to Oxford or Cambridge and actually study.
The 50-pound English note has Alan Turing. Very cool. And wasn't he like chemically castrated by the British government though? And the Scottish tenor has Mary Somerville. Very cool, Alex Vixen. Very, very cool. Yeah, and he was. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, I'm glad he has been. Wow, Danny, way to bring it up. Sorry, Lordy. Alan Turing was not well treated during his lifetime. I'm glad that he's being honored now, but oh boy. Yeah. And Rakadactylus says, yep, because it doesn't matter how much you do to help the war effort. If you're one of those people, once the war was over, you were a second-class citizen. Oh, yeah. Live by the war machine. Die by the war machine. I guess it's not his fault, but,
study the science to the level she probably could have and should have done. So always it was going to be, she was the hunter, she was the finder, the collector who would then hand them on to the men who were going to actually study them.
She was breaking the mold, breaking out of the box and then just doing things that she shouldn't have been doing, at that time, really. So, yes, absolutely brilliant and amazing woman.
She left an imprint on the world of science, which is becoming clearer and clearer, and the credit to her has become more and more obvious.
Yeah. And yeah. What is this right here? There's all these videos that are popping up. We'll skip this one. Let's take a look at this real quick. Something called History Roadshow.
In the early 19th century, this woman made substantial contributions to geology and paleontology as a leading fossil hunter of her time. She was born in Dorset, England in 1799, and she spent a large portion of her life engaged in fossil collection, research and trade. Despite encountering severe hurdles and discrimination, she became well known for her knowledge and discoveries, including the first ever specimen of an ichthyosaur, a sea reptile species. For her work in improving scientific understanding of the natural world,
a lot of these fossils
and her
are
place in the
completely
history of
irrelevant.
paleontology, she's now remembered as one of the most significant personalities in the field's history. So
Yeah,
join me now as we look at the fascinating life of Mary
well produced,
Anning.
though.
And please like the video and consider subscribing for more historical stories. In 1799, Mary Anning entered this world in the town of Lyme Regis, Dorset, in England. She was the eldest of 10 children, and her father was a cabinet maker and a part-time fossil collector by hobby.
We'll get into her statue later. This is a recent addition to Lyme Regis.
Anning's early fascination with prehistoric remains led her to frequently join her father on fossil hunting expeditions along the Jurassic Coast, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, famous for its rich fossil beds.
The trilobits are a lot of
After her
fossil
father
beds,
died
yes,
while
for
Anning
sure.
was only 11, she and her brother Joseph continued to run the family's fossil hunting and selling business. Mary became an experienced fossil hunter and dealer who made numerous discoveries that pushed scientific knowledge forward, despite encountering severe obstacles owing to her gender and social rank.
That's the thing, is that if Mary Anning had been properly recognized during her lifetime, think how much she could have advanced fossil science. If she were in a paid position where she could collect fossils, describe them, publish them, think about how much that would have driven the field of paleontology forward at the time. Thank you, Miseika, for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. If she didn't have to live hand to mouth, digging fossils up, cleaning them, and then selling them to put food on her family's table, if she didn't have to be like the sole breadwinner in her family, do so by selling fossils, think about what she could have accomplished. Think about how much she could have advanced the field of fossil science during her lifetime. The mind boggles. You know? In a way, the fossil science was
Every
robbed.
that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is.
You're staring. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. I want to see where the full team and the technology of the day. She didn't even have access to some of that. But yeah. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. That's cool. I'll check that out. Yeah, and hello there to you. Hello there to you as well. Yours, Theory. Welcome, welcome. And there you go. Mushrooms are jazz. Yeah. Oh boy. But these weren't dinosaur fossils that she found. They were ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, pterosaurs, fishes, and coprolites too.
Even though Anning's formal education was severely limited, she could attend a Congregationalist Sunday school and learn the basics of reading and writing, in contrast to the Church of England.
What are dinosaurs?
Pierogi9, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
And learn the basics of reading and writing. In contrast to the Church of England at the time, a Congregationalist teaching placed a premium on providing access to higher education for the poor.
Yeah.
One man who engaged with Mary's thoughts was the Reverend James Wheaton, the family's pastor. He published 2 essays in the Dissenters Theological Magazine and Review. A story that she treasured greatly was one statement declaring that the earth had been created in just 6 days by God, while the other encouraged dissenters to learn about the emerging interest in geology. After the commencement of the French Revolutionary Wars in 1792 made travel to the European mainland unsafe for the English nobility, Lyme Regis became a famous seaside resort.
And that's some interesting historical context here. I'd forgotten about this till this right now. It's interesting that the events in France, the French Revolution, is what made the Anning family fossil business possible. All of these tourists, rather than visiting mainland Europe, would go to the seashore in Dorset instead,
drawing a growing number of wealthy and middle-class tourists. Locals
hey, Otter,
had been
do it.
making
Welcome,
a
welcome.
living off
Good
selling
to have you here,
oddities to travellers to the area well before the time of Anning. These fossils were occasionally believed to have medicinal or supernatural characteristics, earning them colourful local names like snake stones, devil's fingers, and vertebrates. As the relevant...
So I want to emphasize this too. At the time, most people didn't know what fossils were. Even some scientists of the day thought that fossils were tricks from God or something like that, or like, deceptions of the devil. Much like your friend seems to have thought mushrooms are jazz. The idea that fossils were actually the preserved remains of ancient living things was a new idea. And you're staring. Hey, I've been getting a bunch of follows. People with what seem like maybe Polish language usernames. Did Generator let you know about this channel, because holy cow. Yeah. I'm so glad some Polish streamer made a raid to this awesome streamer, because I would never have found it. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you're here too, Yersteri. Welcome, welcome. And Generator Frajdi, awesome. Can we get another shout out for Generator Frajdi? I would appreciate that. They came in with a fantastic, enormous raid yesterday, like 400 something people, close to 500, I think. And they were super awesome. They stuck around for a little bit. We talked about some Polish paleontologists. We talked about contributions to fossil science from people from Poland, and that was a lot of fun. Yeah. Anyhow, and one of the most iconic phytosaurs discovered in Poland. Yes, Rahab. Yeah, and I think is it Lysowicia, the biggest dicynodont ever found? I think is also from Poland. Yeah, great raid, great people. Yes, indeed, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, very cool. Let's continue.
Of fossils to geology and biology became apparent, fossil collecting became more popular in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Most of these fossils were discovered in the cliffs along the shore near Lyme Regis. The cliffs are made almost entirely of sedimentary rock from the earliest Jurassic period, composed of alternating layers of limestone and shale, dating back about 210.
I think it's actually a little bit later than that.
Ago. It is among the best places
that
to
sounds
find
too
fossils
old,
in the
but I could be
United
wrong.
Kingdom.
Discussion about your channel on his
Although
Discord.
cliffs
Oh,
would
very
be
cool,
seen as a
Grigon.
Potential for
I'm
landslides,
flattered. Holy
especially
cow.
during the wetter winters. Collectors flocked here because landslides frequently expose new fossils at that time of year. In October 1833, Mary escaped death when a landslide buried her faithful black and white terrier, Trey. This
Yeah.
incident highlights
Oh, so Trey actually appears in Mary Anning's only portrait during her life that I know of. There's Trey right there. And he also appears in Mary Anning's statue, which we'll see later in the broadcast.
the dangers inherent in her line of work. It was in November of that year Anning wrote to her friend Charlotte Murchison and said, "Perhaps you will laugh when I say that the death of my old faithful dog has quite upset me. The cliff that fell upon him and killed him in a moment before my eyes and close to my feet, but it was a moment between me and the same fate." But by now she
Very
knew
easily
the
could have died
dangers,
then too.
but her skill in finding and recognising these long dead remains was starting to bring much needed attention. From her first significant discovery in 1811, Mary found the first known specimen of an ichthyosaur, a type of marine reptile. This particular find helped confirm prehistoric animals' existence and sparked an immediate interest in paleontology.
And that's okay,
Again,
Claire. We
in
probably need a
1823, she discovered the first complete
someone who
specimen
speaks
of a
Polish to
plesiosaur,
translate.
another type of marine reptile.
Yeah.
Anning also made many other significant discoveries throughout her career, including the first known example of a pterodactyl, a type of flying reptile, in
First one from England, at least.
1828.
Dimorphodon.
And she also found the first known example of a complete belemnite, a type of extinct cephalopod.
Yep.
With her growing self-assurance, Anning wrote to the Magazine of Natural History in 1839 to dispute the claim made in an article that a recently discovered fossil of the prehistoric shark, Hybodus, represented a new genus, arguing that the claim was incorrect because she had already found the existence of fossil sharks with both straight and hooked teeth. It was now, though, that her discoveries helped advance scientific understanding of the natural world, and one in which she would play a significant role. In the early 19th century, Mary Anning made substantial
Here, we'll take a brief detour from this because this has got about another 5 minutes in it. Let's start up another video here. Yeah, check this out. She really was several steps ahead. Absolutely, Rahab. Yeah. Yeah.
Next, the South Coast's famous fossil hunter Mary Anning will be celebrated in the film Ammonite later this year. But remarkably, there isn't a statue of the pioneering paleontologist, easy for me to say, in her hometown of Lyme Regis. But that could be about to change.
Spoilers, it did change. We'll be talking about that.
Beach, Dorset. This bit of the Jurassic coast is a mecca for anyone interested in fossils.
I've never been there, but I would love to be able to go.
And I'm a paleontologist, which means I study fossils in order to understand the evolution of life.
It really is my dream job, and when I'm not scouring the world's geological hotspots for dinosaurs, I work here.
The Natural History Museum in London.
The original
This
Natural
place is a
History
cathedral
Museum.
to nature, one of the most famous museums in the world. I just love walking
Go in
around
the summer.
when
There
all
you go,
visitors
Rebecca.
have gone home.
So this is one of my favourite fossils, the ichthyosaur.
I'd love to get a file so I could
The
print
name
that.
means fish
Holy
wizard.
cow.
This massive marine reptile was found by Mary Anning from Lyme Regis in Dorset, one of the first paleontologists to display and describe what she found.
The skull itself was actually found by Mary's brother Joseph in 1811, and just a few short months later, Mary discovered the neck of this amazing animal when she was only 12 years old.
In the early 1800s, people didn't know what a fossil was.
Yep.
Mary Anning called them curiosities, selling them from her shop on the seafront. To give you an idea of how rich in fossils the Dorset coast is,
I just want to show you something. Lyme Regis, 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 Lyme Regis. You get the picture.
So here we are, just a hop, skip and a jump from Lyme Regis on the Jurassic coast, a World Heritage Site.
This beach in Charmouth is really important to us paleontologists and Mary Anning fans. It's right here that Mary did a lot of her work.
This sedimentary cliff face is constantly eroding, delivering fresh batches of fossils to the beach. It's amazing to think ichthyosaurs lived here 190 million years ago, when the area was entirely covered by a warm sea.
When an animal like an ichthyosaur died, it would sink down to the bottom of the sea. And if it was covered in sediment like mud, hundreds of millions of years later, we can find the remains preserved as fossils in rocks like these. It's amazing to think that Mary Anning was looking for fossils on this beach a few hundred years ago, and that she's still inspiring the next generation of paleontologists.
One of whom is 12-year-old Evie. With her mum, Anya Pearson, these keen fossil hunters are behind a campaign to get our hero immortalised in bronze.
We were going fossil hunting and my mum was saying that Mary Anning is the reason why we know what fossils are. And then after we got to the beach I was like, okay, then can we go and see her statue? And my mum said there's not one. And I was like, well, that's not good because she deserves one.
Evie and Anya are on a mission to give Mary Anning the recognition she deserves.
Just another statue of a man.
At the
Yeah, who's
moment,
this guy?
pride of place in Lyme Regis is given to this guy. Sir George Somers was the founder of Bermuda.
And for some reason he gets the statue before like the greatest person in this town.
I was gonna say he's clearly not from Bermuda. What? I don't know who this is, but I wouldn't personally be offended if they melted the statue down to make Mary Anning's statue, you know?
Reason he gets the statue before like the
You
greatest
discovered
person in
it.
this
Oh,
town.
great. Yeah.
So what does the great woman herself think of this rather glaring omission?
Considering I am the most famous export of this beautiful town, I do think it's a bit of an oversight.
And I like that she's wearing the top hat here because Mary Anning is known to have actually worn a top hat while collecting. Because rather than the traditional woman's headwear of the time, a bonnet, a top hat could actually protect her head from falling rocks. It probably saved her life on a number of occasions. The fact that she wore that and not a bonnet like she was supposed to at the time. Yeah. Mary Anning had style. Let's go. Yeah, there you go, Petrodactylus. Yes. And hey, Nova Ninja, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
But I'm glad finally something's being done about it.
Looky-likey Julia Lamb Wilson has been celebrating the work of Mary Anning for years.
They didn't quite believe that these creatures existed. They didn't know. The first ichthyosaurus they thought was a fake, you know, and she pieced it together. So she'd had the wherewithal to clean them up and preserve
19th century hard hat, exactly, Michael T. Mary, yeah. Yeah.
For science, it was just extraordinary. It surprised the men.
Evie and Anya are taking their campaign to the Lyme Regis Fossil Festival.
These are the ichthyosaurs.
The main aim for this campaign is ultimately, obviously, to get a statue for Mary in Lyme Regis. I think it's incredibly important.
Oh, it looks like Trey.
Not only just for Lyme Regis, but I think sort of...
Is that a Springer Spaniel?
That's because fewer than 3% of statues in the UK are of non-royal women.
In Mary's instance, she was...
What? Fewer than 3% of statues in the UK are of non-royal women? That's bonkers. Yeah.
There's three things that you really didn't want to be.
It's more than two, says Sogenbar.
Poor and working class.
I don't know.
Tell me what these little things are on there.
Ammonite.
Are they ammonites?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so clever.
An inconvenient truth about fossils is that they help to reveal past patterns of climate change.
There you go, Rahab.
No
Yeah,
surprise
fair.
then that the British Antarctic Survey's top team on global warming is proven to be a big hit at the festival.
What do you do for a job?
So I study fossils from Antarctica.
I thought most dinosaurs lived in hot countries.
At the time that the dinosaurs lived in Antarctica, the whole continent was much warmer and it was still attached to South America and Australia, so they could walk down and around Antarctica.
Dr. Rowan Whittle has just got back from Antarctica.
Right, obviously.
Hilary Blackborough is also a regular visitor studying melting glaciers.
Antarctica is one of the fastest warming areas of the globe, and we have fossil evidence of mass extinctions repeatedly through time. And we're currently going through a mass extinction now. Creatures are dying right, left and centre. If the ice breaks down on the shelves around the edges, the ice flows from the continent will drain a lot more ice out of the continent, and that will affect sea level rise.
Oh, yeah.
With climate change so high on everyone's agenda, those early discoveries by Mary Anning are more important now than ever. You only have to walk half an hour from the festival to get back to Charmouth. It's prime hunting ground for modern-day Mary Anning, Lizzie Hingley.
Fossils are now my full-time job, and there is nothing else I'd rather do.
Many of Lizzie's finds are truly worthy of being exhibits in the Natural History Museum.
So when you find these rocks, you don't actually know if there's going to be something inside of them. You kind of have to take a chance, because as you can see from this, it's fairly nondescript. So I tend to just sort of put them in my bag and hope that there might be something inside, and more often than not there is, so I'm quite happy about that.
So those nodules tend to form around
The gastropods in this stone
Around
would
fossils.
be great in the museum, but sadly
Concretions,
this one's
exactly,
already been
Jodie Fish, yeah.
snapped up by a keen-eyed collector.
The next nice one that I find I will be donating to you guys.
Here's a
to help further-
step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Schmazonium?
Step 1, die.
Wow, almost a year.
Yes, indeed, Schmazonium. Thank you for the prime there. I appreciate it. 14 months is a long time. It is almost a year. Thanks for keeping me here online with your support. That means a lot. Appreciate you.
By a keen-eyed collector.
The next nice one that I find I will be donating to you guys to help further the research on them, because I think they're currently undescribed.
That's such a generous offer from Lizzie, and there's no time like the present to start looking. So before I head back to the Natural History Museum, Lizzie takes me, Evie and Anya to her favourite spot.
Hey, Indira, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Oh, wow, that looks like a big amount of bone there.
It's not long before Lizzie's practice eye spots another Jurassic gem.
What do you think you found?
I'd say it's ichthyosaur.
Yeah.
Which bit of an ichthyosaur, I'm not too sure. Any views?
Yeah, so it's definitely bones. We can tell that from looking at this sort of brown sort of rock here. And yeah, it's definitely, I think, part of the jaw and some of the teeth, perhaps.
Yeah, those look
This
like
is actually really
alveoli
exciting
almost.
to find this
Like
down
two
here on the
sockets.
beach. I've come down to Charmouth for many years, and I often just find broken bits of ammonite. But for Lizzie and Evie to find this piece of ichthyosaur that was swimming in the oceans 190 million years ago is actually really exciting.
Pretty cool.
This latest find will go back to Lizzie's workshop for a further examination. And as I leave Dorset, I can't help wondering what treasures lie beneath my feet for the next fossil hunters to discover.
Yeah. Good stuff. Let's get rid of some of these tabs here. We had a question from Hogan. How do they process those nodules without destroying the fossils inside? Usually with an air scribe. Something that Mary Anning did not have access to at the time. An anonymous gifter, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, anonymous gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious.
Anonymous
and I
just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Good stuff. Holy cow. We're close to a hype train here. Beautiful. Oh, for anybody just waltzing in right now, too, someone wished me a happy birthday earlier. My birthday's actually in September. But thank you to whoever said that.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. We got a hype train coming. Beautiful. Today happens to be the 225th anniversary of the birth of Mary Anning, often called the mother of paleontology. She was born on this very day in 1799. And Mary Anning helped propel forward the field of paleontology when it was in its very infancy. Before the word paleontology even existed, Mary Anning was out there discovering fossils, studying them, interpreting them, figuring out what they were, and not getting credit for it at the time. She was unable to publish in the scientific literature because she was a woman, for one. So some of the gentlemen scholars of the day actually claimed her own work as theirs. We'll be talking more about that in a bit. But one of the things that Mary did was, here. She was a pioneer in the area of fossil prep. Let's see. Where did that go? Cleaning a fossil ichthyosaur. I just had this earlier. I tell you, YouTube search is sometimes really irritating, where you type in the exact search terms and it doesn't come up. Scrolling. Sometimes you just have to go into your history in YouTube. I don't know if I'm able to find that for right now, but that's okay. We got a hype train going. We've got a minute and a half to try and get to a level 2 here. Yeah. And yeah, YouTube search, just like Google search, is just getting worse and worse. It's annoying. And there you go, diagonal. That's exactly what I'm going to try and do here. Viewing history. Although I may have been using a different account when I found that. In fact, I was. So what I got to go to here is move into the other account. There we go. Here we are. So this is a time-lapse from the Etches Collection Museum. This is fossil prep done on an ichthyosaur using what we call an air scribe. An air scribe is one of the tools of the trade when we're doing fossil prep, when we're getting rid of the rock around a fossil, when we're prepping away the matrix, as we call it. An air scribe is a little pneumatic tool. It's almost like a little handheld jackhammer. Kind of like the stylus on a draw pad, but the little tip of it goes bzzz. It uses pressurized air to vibrate the it might be a carbide tip. Some of them are carbide anyway. In order to be able to chisel away little bits of rock like that. And so I think this is Steve Etches himself working on this. But that is a fossil ichthyosaur from not too far from where Mary Anning would have been working. In Kimmeridge Bay, exactly, Funky Boy, yeah. Yeah. It's really cool stuff. It's really cool stuff. Yeah, so it takes a tremendous amount of work. And so those concretions that you saw earlier, like just those stones with the ammonites beautifully prepped out, those are almost certainly done with an air scribe like this. Would have taken so much time. Just like this. So this all happens within, what, a couple minutes? But this would have been literally hundreds of hours of work. Yeah. And Rahab, yes, it does take a lot of patience. I've spent some late nights working on fossil prep like this, and sometimes you just don't know where the time goes. The hours melt away, you just lose yourself in this task. If you're enthusiastic about it, like I am, or I was at the time at least. Yeah. Look at that. Incredible. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Here's a link to that right there in the chat. One more inch, one more button. Exactly, Jody Fish. Exactly. Yeah, although with an air scribe, it's like a few more millimeters, that kind of thing. That's just how it works. Anyway, Mary did that without the use of an air scribe. She prepped this out.
Okay, so this is probably one of the most, if not the most famous ichthyosaur fossil in the world.
With a hammer and chisel at the time.
Discovered and described
Incredible.
by scientists. It was found by Mary Anning and her brother Joseph when they were children, so around 11, 12 years old in the early 1800s. And it really marked the beginning of Mary Anning's career, because of course she went on to discover many other firsts in this country. The first plesiosaur ever described by science, the first flying reptile outside of Germany, so Dimorphodon, lots of different species of fish. And of course her well-developed relationship with the science, her own theories, her working with the scientists of the day, all of that started with this specimen. And one of the reasons I think it's really special coming here to see these things is that we talk about Mary Anning on the coast a lot, and of course her story is cherished because she was a local. She grew up in Lyme Regis. She's one of the first and greatest collectors that ever lived, contributing to the science and and marking the Jurassic Coast as one of the birthplaces of paleontology. But, you know, you look at these specimens and scientifically they're remarkable, but this woman that lived nearly 200 years ago, she physically held this, she touched this. She had a physical, intellectual and emotional relationship with this object in this case, which I am only a few centimetres from. And that's really quite electric. I mean, we want to try and connect with these people of the past, these people that brought alive Earth history for us to enjoy. And, you know, those vibrations are still here, I believe. You know, they're still in these objects, that human connection to our ancestors, but also to that deep history of the world.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And it's neat to think that we as paleontologists, to a certain extent, we can trace our ancestry back to Mary Anning. Before there even was a word for what we do, before there was a word for paleontology. It's pretty cool to think about. Yeah. Anyway, here's a SciShow video about Mary Anning that I think you'll like too. We watched this last year as well, but it's good stuff.
Mary Anning was born in 1799 to relatively
May 21st, 1799. This very day, 225 years ago.
poor parents on the southern coast of Britain. Their backyard
And hey, Mayor Space, how you doing?
at Lyme Regis, an area now renowned for its wealth of amazing Jurassic-era
Interesting,
fossils.
eclectic.
Back then,
Interesting.
fossil collecting was done by amateurs, sometimes as a hobby, other times for profit, but not really for science. It's important to note that when Anning began collecting fossils, the prevailing scientific theory was that they were just preserved remains of existing animals. The idea that an animal had ever gone extinct had been proposed, but wasn't widely accepted.
A lot of people were like very offended by the idea that like living things could go extinct at the time. That's how much in its infancy fossil science was, where like the very idea of fossils was still new. It bugs me just the littlest bit that we're always watching videos with Hank Green, but he does such a good job. I feel like he shows up so often when we're discussing different topics in fossil science, but like he's doing an extraordinary job of providing the framework around this, like the context that we need for really understanding why this is important. He does a magnificent job of that, better than just about anybody else. So salute to him for doing this. Just excellent work.
Anning's father, Richard, was a cabinet maker, but he dabbled in fossil collecting and passed that love on to his daughter. But when Mary was 11, her father died, so she and her mother and her brother began selling fossils to make ends meet. Now, the best time to collect fossils at Lyme Regis was right after a landslide, when new fossils might have been exposed. But
yeah, not dinosaur fossils, though. There's no dinosaur. Not really any dinosaur fossils.
that was also, of course, the most dangerous time to be on the cliffs, though it wasn't until she was in her 30s that she was caught in a landslide. She survived, but her dog Trey wasn't so lucky. Over time, Mary taught herself the basics of anatomy using animals that no one had ever seen alive. And this helped her become an expert in the science and the art of preparation, the technique of removing rock from around a fossil to expose the specimen inside it. This sounds maybe easier than it is. It's actually like separating rock from a very slightly different rock. The fossils she and her family found and prepared were eagerly sought, not only by museums and scientists, but by European nobles, many of whom had substantial private collections.
That's not a European noble there.
Scientists, but
that is a sketch of Mary Anning at work. She's wearing this like overcoat and the top hat. There's her masonry hammer right there. They didn't really make geology hammers at the time, so you had to use a masonry hammer. Today, geological hammers are some of the few tools that are specifically made for paleontologists and geologists. But they didn't really even have that back then. So this was like, you know, a bricklayer's hammer, I guess. Anyway, I think this might be... I should have printed this too and had it up on the wall. But this and this portrait right here are the only two real like depictions of Mary Anning from around the time that she was alive. I think from during her lifetime, both of those were painted.
By European nobles, many of whom had substantial private collections of fossils and other curiosities from around the world. And Anning made many significant discoveries at Lyme Regis. At the tender age of 10, Mary and her brother discovered the first specimen of Ichthyosaurus, an aquatic fish-like reptile, ever recognized by the London scientific community. Years later, she solved the mystery of what scientists at the time called bezoar stones, weird rocks that were found inside some fossil animals. Anning had seen enough of these to have noticed patterns, like that they were often spiral-shaped and were usually found in the lower abdomens of ichthyosaurs. Having the presence of mind to dissect a few samples of these stones, Anning discovered bones inside of them, the fossil remains of fish and their scales, sometimes even smaller ichthyosaurs. She realized that bezoar stones were actually fossilized feces, now known as coprolites, which became hugely important in understanding the structure of prehistoric ecosystems. She also discovered the first pterosaur fossil ever found outside of Germany, along with various important fossil fish, including a perfectly preserved cuttlefish with ink sacs intact. But perhaps her most important find came in 1824 when she came across the nearly intact remains of a strange animal, 10 meters from head to tail with an enormous neck. When a famous French paleontologist saw Anning's sketches of the specimen, he dismissed it as a fake, but further...
Wait. Did Cuvier say this?
When a famous French paleontologist...
Yeah, I think this was Cuvier, who's often called the father of paleontology. He thought it was a hoax, which is funny. He didn't get to see the actual specimen. He just saw a drawing, but yeah.
Just saw Anning's sketches of the specimen. He dismissed it as a fake, but further study would prove that she had found the first plesiosaur, an early four-finned marine reptile that didn't resemble any animal found before. This grand fossil skeleton of Lyme Regis became an object of international fascination, and Anning's work on it had her communicating regularly with the most prominent scientists in the field. Unfortunately, the structure of society at the time made it impossible for Anning to publicly participate in science, and most of her discoveries ended up being published by men that she collaborated with. Indeed, the only thing that she wrote that was published in her lifetime was a letter to the editor of a magazine questioning one of their claims. By the time she died of breast cancer in her 40s, she was all but unknown even to many other paleontologists. Nonetheless, Anning's discoveries, her skills, and her anatomical expertise helped usher in an entirely new understanding of the world and the creation of a science, paleontology, that has allowed us to reconstruct a huge amount of the history of life on Earth. So the next time you go to a natural history museum or just enjoy one of our episodes about ancient life here on SciShow, keep in mind that a lot of what we know thanks to Mary Anning, possibly the greatest fossilist in the world.
Pretty awesome. It's a really nice treatment of the story of Mary Anning, and here is a link to that in the chat for you. Pretty cool. And imagine if she got to see Ichthyotitan. Oh yeah. That'd be pretty neat. If she had any idea today, like how important her discoveries were at the time, she probably had some inkling of that, but the fascination that people have with Mesozoic reptiles, I think she'd be quite proud. And there's a lovely short film about Mary Anning. I think this is probably a good time for that. I think you'll like this a lot. This is not Ammonite, this is a short film that I think really kind of captures the drive toward discovery that Mary Anning had. Take a look at this. And very nice, Dyson Dinosaur. Well. I'm glad you had an excellent scientific paleo meeting, Dyson Dinosaur. It's great to see you. I hope things are good. And a very, very happy 225th birthday to Mary Anning. We're celebrating the life and accomplishments scientific discoveries of Mary Anning today. So Dyson Dinosaur, as a fellow vertebrate paleontologist, you can attest to just how revered Mary Anning is to all of us as paleontologists. Anyway, thanks for saying hello, and glad you had a good conference. Safe travels. Based on the life of the world's greatest fossil hunter. Oh, very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, awesome. England, 1830. This would be 17 years before Mary Anning died. She would have been 31 at the time. Surprisingly few in aerospace. People have been reading the title, which is good.
That's a pretty seashell.
I collect them.
I used to collect them too, when I was about your age.
What's that?
It's an ammonite. That's its shell, and that's where its head used to be.
Why is it not empty?
Because it's a fossil. A creature that lived millions of years ago, in deep time. You see these lines in this cliff? Well, they were made millions of years ago. I usually sell them, but you can keep that for your collection.
Darling, what have I told you about wandering off?
Look what this lady gave me. It's millions of years old. It's a fossil.
It's geology. It's not witchcraft.
A little on the nose, but it's illustrative of people's attitudes at the time, I think. And this is, I think, a lovely little vignette here too, because this scene, I think, illustrates how Mary Anning, because her family was so poor, they probably would not have been able to survive without the church there. They were not part of the Church of England. Church of England did not really believe in educating or caring for the poor at the time. But they, as Congregationalists, I believe, dissenters was another term for them. They had community in the church like that actually supported them.
You need to quit all that big talk about deep time. That boy was 8 years old.
It was older than I was when Pa taught me fossil hunting.
Fossils were just rocks in those days. They weren't challenging the word of the Bible.
Fossils are God's creatures too.
The fossils aren't supporting us these days, the church is. And stop giving them away.
I'm so close to finding something big, Ma. I know I can feel it. Besides, a friend tells me that Lyme is expecting a very rich visitor.
Science is the future, Bill, and it's making rich men richer.
Bert, sir. The name's Bert.
Yes. A friend of mine in London told me great discoveries have been made here.
Aye, sir. I've helped put a few out for the Annings myself.
How many did they find?
Oh, too many to count, sir. The biggest one I ever saw was 20 foot. In all my years at sea, it's the biggest fish I ever saw. No, that thing was no creature of the living, sir.
What can you tell me about this man named Anning?
A woman named Anning. And that would be one of mine, sir.
This is Mary Anning, sir.
I'm sorry there's no subtitles here. I hope that you can hear. This video does not have subtitles available, or else obviously I'd turn them on for you.
I can offer my services if you'd like a guide to the cliffs.
I already have a guide.
Oh, no, sir, no. I'm a digger, not a hunter. Mary knows these cliffs very well.
You claim to have found this?
With my very own hands, sir. And I prepared it for the Geological Society myself. In fact, Coniber consulted me before publishing that paper.
Yet, your name isn't mentioned. I am here to discover my own specimen, Miss Anning.
What a jerk. There's that same illustration right there. We have, again, right back here today. I showed you that earlier. And then this right here, this next shot, bingo. This is widely considered to be one of the very first, if not the very first, reconstruction of an ancient ecosystem. Ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, ammonites and pterosaurs. This is based on Mary Anning's work. It's lovely that they've included this in this short film. Yeah, William Cunningham just reproduced that illustration, basically. Kind of stole it. That illustration that she did. There you go, Acadia. Nova Ninja wants to know, did, well, Mary is her name. Mary Anning. Anning is her last name. Did she get recognition for her finds? Not really until after her death. Long after her death, really. She's only really started to see the recognition that she deserves within the past 10 or 20 years, I would say. There you go, Terry Taylor, yes.
Why can't you find a husband before that ship sails? The shop's dead.
And Don Ringer, it's true.
Interest in fossils
probably more than we
is
realize,
drying
that's
up.
true.
Not in the scientific world.
We're in trade.
It's about more than money.
It's man's world, Mary.
And they used to think the Earth was flat.
Why do they cover their heads? This was the custom at the time. Yeah. That might have been a religious thing.
What do you think it is, sir?
It's too early to say, but these vertebrae are certainly very rare. It could well be a new species.
And that's not... That's an ichthyosaur paddle right there. It's one of the flippers of an ichthyosaur.
And what do you think, Mary?
Well, it's a small ichthyosaur paddle. And it's nothing new.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Well, I think we shall let the Geological Society be the judge of that.
When I applied to them for membership.
Oh, something you will never be able to do.
A little on the nose. And there you go, Don Rick. Yeah.
And what is a woman? Was she not made of the same flesh and blood as lordly man? Yes. And was destined doubtless to become his friend. His helpmate on his pilgrimage. But surely not his slave. For he's not
See you,
reason
Lacey.
hers.
Welcome. Good to see you here.
For her claims to share redeeming love not as great. Say then, shall women sink beneath the scorn of haughty man?
Look at that ichthyosaur skull.
No. Let her claim the hand of fellowship.
Just
Move
sitting
higher
there.
up.
No, sir. No, it's too dangerous. And there's a storm coming in. Ah. Well, now you see, sir, now Mary, she's worked these cliffs all her entire life. Longer than I've worked the sea. She can handle them both fine well.
You'll work where I tell you.
Yeah, get wrecked, fancy pants.
No, wait! Where are you going? Just wait!
And there you go, Racatactylus agreed. Ooh, tooth.
to you in the rocks tomorrow.
There's something up there, Ma. I need to claim it before the sea does. Must be a big one. And this time, I'm gonna take it to the Society myself. Do you remember what Pa used to say? A great storm brings great rewards.
And takes most.
He's always watching over me.
Here's some objects, gorgeous,
Luniosaurus.
gargantuans, and authentic.
Thank you for the
Because
17
though they died
months.
out so long
Appreciate
ago,
that.
their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather, extinct life.
Thank you,
Paleo
Luniosaurus,
Paleo
for the
2.
17 months of support. I appreciate that. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Big old vertebra right there. Is that swimming around her? It's an ichthys. Serious now. orbit with the sclerotic ossicles. There's the jaws with the teeth. This is a dramatization, Patrick Crusader. Yeah. Mary Anning dedicated her life to fossil hunting, but was rarely credited for her work. She died in 1847, aged just 47, without ever joining the Geological Society. They didn't allow women into their membership until 1919, 72 years after her death. Her discoveries helped spark a new age of scientific thinking, and just 12 years after her death, Charles Darwin published his theory of evolution. Today she is known as the mother of paleontology. Beautiful short film here. I'll give you the link. You like that? Beautifully done. And obviously that is dramatization. But the life of Mary Anning was remarkable in so many different ways that parts of it almost seem made up. The fact that she was able to find these fossils in the first place and make these discoveries despite having no formal education at all, it's remarkable. And there are other aspects of her life too that, well, here, let's take a look. I don't know if we have any videos that cover this, but I want to talk about something that happened when she was an infant that you could almost talk about as if it were, not to make it trite, but almost like a superhero origin story. She was born in Lyme Regis in Dorset, England, on the 21st of May. That's this very day, 1799. Her father was a cabinet maker and a carpenter. He also collected fossils. And
the search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Draw Curiosity, how are you
search
doing?
has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here, Draw Curiosity. Hello, hello. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to see you here. Today, Draw Curiosity, we are talking about Mary Anning. Often called the mother of paleontology because she helped to establish this field through her fossil discoveries way back in the early 1800s, at a time when women were not allowed to participate in science. Mary Anning was a trailblazer in a way that she didn't get recognition for this during her lifetime, but she is being recognized now. And it's wonderful to see. And Grigon says, how much we would gain as humanity if only we always treated women equally. Exactly, Grigon, I agree. Yeah. And her hat is perfect. Yeah, her bonnet like that. Apparently she often wore a top hat while she was collecting fossils, however, because while it was not considered proper for a lady to wear a top hat at the time, that was the only kind of hat that she could find that would protect her head from falling rocks. She was working on these seaside cliffs, and it was dangerous. Her dog, who's pictured here, his name was Trey, he died in a rock slide that almost killed Mary as well. This was not a safe place to be working, but that's where the fossils were. A Dying Umbrella, it's good to see you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Did you come in with the raid? Thank you, Draw Curiosity, for bringing your raiders in. I appreciate it. And I hope you had a wonderful stream. Yeah. But yeah, Molly and Richard, her parents, had 10 children. The first child, also named Mary, was born in 1794. She was followed by another daughter who died almost at once. Joseph, Mary's older brother, and another son in 1798, died in infancy. In December of that year, the oldest child, the first Mary, then 4 years old, died after her clothes caught fire, possibly while adding wood shavings to the fire. Imagine that. Oh my God. The incident was reported in the Bath Chronicle, 1798. A child 4 years of age of Mr. Richard Anning, a cabinet maker of Lyme, was left by the mother for about 5 minutes in a room where there were some shavings. The girl's clothes caught fire and she was so dreadfully burnt as to cause her death. Ugh. When Mary Anning was born, 5 months later, she was thus named Mary after her dead sister. More children were born after her, but none of them survived more than a year or two. Only the second Mary Anning and her brother Joseph, who were 3 years older than her, survived to adulthood. The high child mortality rate for the Anning family was not unusual. Almost half of the children born in the UK in the 19th century died before the age of 5. And in the crowded living conditions of early 19th century Lyme Regis, infant deaths from diseases like smallpox and measles were common. But that's not what I'm talking about here. That's not the truly harrowing... I mean, that is truly harrowing, but that's not truly remarkable thing. It's coming up here. On the 19th of August, 1800, when Mary Anning was 15 months old, just a year and 3 months old, an event occurred that became the part of local lore. She was being held by a neighbor, Elizabeth Haskins, who was standing with 2 other women under an elm tree, watching an equestrian show being put on by a traveling company of horsemen, when lightning struck the tree, killing all 3 women below. Remember, Mary's being held. She's 1 year old. She's being held by one of these women. This tree is struck by lightning. All 3 of the women are killed. Onlookers rushed the infant home, where she was revived in a bath of hot water. A local doctor declared her survival miraculous. Mary Anning's family said she had been a sickly baby before the event, but afterwards, she seemed to blossom. For years afterwards, members of her community would attribute the child's curiosity, intelligence, and lively personality to the incident. Remarkable. It really is like some sort of cheesy superhero origin story. But she was struck by lightning as a baby, and it seems to have changed her as a person. Not only did she survive, but she thrived after that. Amazing. Yeah. And yeah. Rahab says, for a religious society, they sure didn't take the hint that she was a special one. Yeah. Wild. Wild. Here's David Attenborough to talk about her a bit more. What's in the name? David Attenborough on Mary Anning. And Draw Curiosity says, happy birthday. Thank you, Draw Curiosity, but it is not my 225th birthday today. My birthday is actually in September. And I'm 21 years old. Wink. Oh, like all successful streamers. 21 and single, right? No, today is the 225th birthday of the mother of paleontology herself, Mary Anning, born on this very day, May 21st, 1799. She is someone who is not recognized during her lifetime for her achievements, for her discoveries, for her work in fossil science. But nowadays, she is recognized. And here's David Attenborough to talk about her.
Now, the business of finding names, of course, becomes very acute with fossils when you're discovering fossils that have not been seen by people before. And the great glory period of fossil collecting in this country was in the early 19th century, and it was this extraordinary lady, Mary Anning, who lived in Lyme Regis, born in 1799, and when she was 12, her father died, and it was up to her and her brother, she was aged 12, to find a means of supporting her widowed mother. And she found ammonites, which are very common in the Jurassic rocks of Lyme Regis, as lots of people here will know, and started selling them. And she started making a living that way. But she was a very, very clever lady. And she didn't just find shellfish or cephalopod shells like ammonites. She also found bones.
I like that.
And soon she revealed to the learned gentlemen, clergymen, country landed gentry, scientists, coming down to Lyme Regis, where all these things were being discovered. And she supplied these fossils to these learned gentlemen who interpreted them, I must say, I think pretty sure, with a lot of help from Mary. And so it was revealed in the middle of the 19th century that during the Jurassic period, there were these extraordinary things, great reptiles swimming in the seas. And the ones that were looking like fish became called ichthyosaurs. But there were also longer things like that, the ichthyosaur on the right with big teeth, and then other ones with long necks and a smaller head, as you can see, being eaten by that ichthyosaur, which are called plesiosaur. Now, the word saur, of course, means lizard. Ichthyosaur means swimming or fish-like lizard, and plesiosaur means almost like a lizard. And, yeah, there you are. And the biggest of these she ever found was this one, which is 7 meters long.
Holy cow.
It's a plesiosaur.
It's like 23 feet long.
And it was sold, a public subscription, and it was named Plesiosaurus coniberi after the Reverend Conybeare, who was the vicar of Axminster, and was a great enthusiast for these things.
Apparently, Conybeare actually stole some of her work, too. Yeah.
And Plesiosaurus coniberi became one of the most spectacular exhibits in Bristol Museum. And there it is, beautiful and wonderful thing. And in 1940, Hitler dropped a bomb on Bristol and destroyed it. But there was another cast.
Another reason I hate Nazis.
The Natural History Museum.
That original fossil that Mary Anning found was destroyed by the Nazis. Yeah. Ugh. But yeah, here's a link to this. I think Claire may have already put this link in the chat. Thank you, Claire. But there you go.
Tribune.
So nowadays, Mary Anning is seeing recognition. And that's wonderful to see. It really is. She's been honored in a number of different ways. Wish it had happened during her lifetime. I wish she hadn't have had to die in poverty like she did. But take a look at this. She's had a ship named after her. The RV Mary Anning. RV stands for Research Vessel. For Swansea University. Must be doing a lot of science. This vessel. And here's some sea trials. It's a catamaran. Do we have any boaters here in the chat? Anybody who is interested in sea vessels? This one is named after Mary Anning. It's an 18-meter research catamaran. And it's fast. See the radar thing spinning around on top? So that's cool, you know? It's named after Mary Anning. Not quite a battleship, but you know, it's going to do a lot more good in the world, presumably. That is cool to see. It's just one of the honors that Mary Anning has received in recent years. Here's a more goofy one. But Mary Anning was apparently included as a character in a video game a few years ago. I know that this might be a niche topic. Nobody on Twitch is interested in video games, obviously, but I'll show you this anyway. Japanese video game, looks like. Lightning power and can summon various Jurassic creatures. There's her dog Trey. Yeah. I don't know what this game is, but she's dressed like, you know, a working class person, like she's gonna be exploring the seashore. She's wearing her top hat like she actually wore, and she's got ammonites on the side of her head, it looks like. She holds a geologist hammer and a woven basket there. I'll hear that again. Here's how you say Mary Anning in Japanese.
ランサーメアリー・アニングと言います。こちらの方はですね、フレンドポイント召喚にて期間限定で新登場となります。星1ランサー初登場となりますので、ぜひこちら獲得していただければと思います。
Interesting. I don't know what this game is called, but maybe Noble Phantasm? I don't know. That's what the title would imply. There's a link if you want to look into that. Anywho. And the game is Fate/Grand Order. Interesting. Yeah. You gonna play this 100% Petrodactylus? I'd love to hear back how it goes. Yeah. Here's a great clip of her powers. Okay, Claire, let's take a look at that. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's get Mary Anning here. And she has lightning powers. But that's a reference to her being struck by lightning as an infant. Like, there's some deep cuts here. They actually, like, as goofy as this is, they actually researched it pretty well. Like, I mean, I don't know. There's tidbits included in this that make me smile. I don't really know what's going on here, but these are funny references, and I appreciate them. There was a Dimorphodon in the beginning of the clip, was there? I missed that. Here, let's go back to the beginning. Yeah, so we've got a plesiosaur, an ichthyosaur, a belemnite, ammonites, and I guess those are supposed to be Dimorphodon, which she discovered? Yeah, and I don't know what's up with the bread loaf dog. Somebody was asking about that. I don't know why her dog Trey looks like that. HP, that must stand for horsepower. I have no idea what's going on here. But, wild. Okay, interesting. Yeah. But yeah, they are deep cuts, Claire. It's good stuff. Anyhow. But Mary Anning has been, I guess you could say, honored in a film that came out, critically acclaimed a few years ago. Some people love it, some people don't love it as much. I like it for what it is. We watched a trailer earlier, but Kate Winslet, who has played a scientist in a film before, she was in Contagion. She was an epidemiologist in that film, and I thought she was great in that. She plays Mary Anning in this film.
Which I've seen, and it's a beautiful film. It's you and Saoirse Ronan and others, but you're the two main characters. And you play a woman named Mary Anning. This is a real person. Who was Mary Anning?
So Mary Anning, she lived from 1799 to about 1847, and she was a woman of scientific brilliance in the world of paleontology. She was self-taught, she was uneducated, very, very working class, from a poverty-stricken background, and she was the unsung hero of fossil discovery. She found the first ichthyosaur when she was only 11 years old, and later on in her 20s she found what was then discovered to be the first remains of a pterodactyl. She was also responsible for finding the coprolite, which is fossilized poo.
Sure.
So from that discovery, scientists were able to identify what dinosaurs had eaten. But she lived in a
not dinosaurs, but you know, ichthyosaur. Well, dinosaur coprolites later, but she didn't find any dinosaur coprolites. You know, these are marine strata. You might get the odd dinosaur that would get washed out to sea and then preserved. I think the holotype of Scelidosaurus might be. It might be from near this area. I forget exactly where the first Scelidosaurus was from. Somebody can look that up. But it was from marine strata. But anyway, the rest of the critters, you know, Mary Anning didn't really find any dinosaurs. There weren't really many dinosaurs to be found in those rocks. It's all marine animals, ocean critters.
World of geology that was dominated by men, and who would buy her finds and claim them as their own discoveries. So that's why I say she was an unsung hero, and it was an enormous privilege to play someone like her. She was a formidable character.
It's a beautiful film, a bit bleak at times. It's the 1840s on the seaside in
Very
England. I think before happiness was invented, and your character. And am I giving anything away when I say that you and Saoirse Ronan fall in love? Am I giving anything away?
You're not giving anything away.
Okay, and it's a beautiful, hesitant,
good way to put it.
Eventually passionate love story, but it builds
and speculative too. We don't know if that's true.
Amid such fear and unknown between their relationship.
We know that Mary Anning and Charlotte Murchison were very good friends. We know that they were very close. We don't really know if they had a romantic relationship. But Actual Education, well, hello. How are you doing, Actual Education?
Actual Education and their 16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Actual Education, how you doing? And Raiders, how are you doing? It's wonderful to have you here. What were you getting up to today doing some science and technology? What were you talking about? And it is not my 225th birthday. I'm 21 years old. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Like all Twitch streamers, 21 and single. Now, it is the 225th birthday today of Mary Anning. You could call her the founding mother of paleontology. She was the first ever professional fossil collector, and she helped establish fossil science as a true scientific discipline. Although she was not recognized during her lifetime for her achievements, more and more she is being recognized nowadays, and that's part of what we're doing here today. Celebrating her birthday, her achievements, her scientific discoveries, her legacy. You haven't heard of her before? Well, I am pleased to be able to introduce you to Mary Anning.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
And thank you, Eclipse Proton. I appreciate the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. What would be a good introduction to Mary Anning here? Let's see. Let's try this.
This
From the
is
Smithsonian
Dorset,
Channel.
on England's south coast. A 90-mile stretch of shoreline here can tell us a lot about the evolution of flight.
Yes, indeed. And Alpha Femme, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Somebody's excited for the stream. I appreciate the follow, Alpha Femme. Welcome, welcome.
Evolution of flight.
Oh, and who are you? Oh, sorry, Eclipse Proton. I didn't introduce myself to the new folks here. Actual Education, thank you again for the raid. And you're doing some math. Excellent. It's great to have you here. For anybody who's just joining us, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. In just 10 days, or maybe 9 days at this point, I'm going to be out digging dinosaurs again in Wyoming. And I'll be taking you along for the ride. I'm going to be live streaming as often as I can out there, hopefully close to every day for the next month. From May 31st until the end of June. Until about June 31st. I'll be out digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming. And showing you how that works. So doing stuff like walking you through the process of jacketing a limb bone. This is a big tibia, shin bone of a duckbill dinosaur right here. And just kind of walking you through step by step as we get this thing in a protective plaster and burlap cocoon so we can bring it back to the laboratory. This is how we as paleontologists do this. You'll be seeing a lot of this summer.
Catch him the chance.
So, yeah. Make sure you follow if you'd like to see that. It's going to be a ton of fun. I'll be leaving for Utah and then Wyoming. I'll be hanging out in Salt Lake a little bit before we leave for Wyoming is what I mean. Probably be leaving around the 27th. The 31st is when we actually arrive in Wyoming and start working. Hopefully we can do a stream that evening. And then the entire month of June is just going to be fieldwork streams pretty much every day. Whatever we can manage, whatever weather and local conditions permit. Yeah, be doing some live streams, digging up dinosaurs live on Twitch, showing you how that works. So yeah. And then in July, got a brief hiatus. I'll probably be back in the office here for about a week. We'll do some streams there. Then I go back to Utah. I fly back on the 15th. Fly back to Utah, and then I'll be working in Utah in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation until about August 8th. So, essentially 2 months of dinosaur digs this summer, and I'll be live streaming whenever I can. So I'm excited about that. I hope you'll join us. Yeah. And how long are the drives to the sites you're going to? It's about, I think it's close to 1,400 miles to get out to Wyoming from where I live. I'm, of course, streaming to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. So it's a long drive from here to Wyoming. But, man, is it worth it. So, yeah. Anywho. And what's your favorite dinosaur? I've got a bunch of favorite dinosaurs, Eclipse Proton, but I can show you one real quick. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, San Ramon. Yeah, my mom used to work at San Ramon, Forkhorn. Very cool. This is one of my very favorite dinosaurs because Proton wanted to know. This is Trirarchuncus. This is a little theropod dinosaur. The theropods are the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. They're the only dinosaurs we still have around today because birds are a kind of theropod. This guy's coated with feathers because theropods are the group that birds evolved from. Birds have their origin within the theropoda. This guy's a little insect eater. It's got these ridiculously short forelimbs with super big thumb claws to the point where we don't even know if they had any other fingers or claws. There's just one big, thick thumb there with a giant claw on it. And, yeah, you might be wondering what was this animal doing with a claw like that. Here's a very close relative called Mononychus. It's almost exactly the same animal, except it's from a little bit earlier in time and it's from Mongolia. Trirarchuncus, right here, is from the very, very end of the Cretaceous period. This is one of the last of the non-bird dinosaurs. This is one of the last dinosaurs on Earth before the asteroid hit. Trirarchuncus is one of those dinosaur genera that went extinct when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. So this guy lived alongside Triceratops and Pachycephalosaurus and T-Rex. Yeah, but just before that critter in time was Mononychus. In fact, Mononychus may have evolved into Trirarchuncus. We don't really know. It's really difficult sometimes to demonstrate ancestor-descendant relationships, especially in dinosaurs, but here's a brief little clip about Mononychus.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
Give you an idea of what this animal was like.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log. And what lies within.
What lies within? Oh, and very cool for Ulaanbaatar? Yeah. You can see the original fossils of Mononychus in Ulaanbaatar today. They're on display there.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus.
Yeah.
Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Yep.
And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
We don't know for sure that they had this tongue, but it would make sense. I don't know if anybody's actually studied the hyoid bones of Alverosaurs.
Protein-packed meal.
They probably had this too.
If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Yeah. That's Mononychus right there. So, essentially the same animal as Trirarchuncus. Well, Mononychus, the name means one claw, because there's one big claw on each hand. Trirarchuncus, the name means Captain Hook. My old crew chief named this. he picked the name Trirarchuncus prairiensis, Captain Hook of the Prairie. And this is one of my very favorite dinosaurs because it's the first dinosaur ever published with my name on the author list. I was on the team that published this critter. It was my team, led by Denver Fowler. Jack Wilson was the one who discovered the additional claw that let us really... It kind of gave us license to finally give this critter a name. We'd known about this animal for a long time. People have been finding bits and pieces of this particular critter. You know, the remains of these animals have been found for decades. Little just tantalizing bits and pieces, but we finally had enough where we could publish on it, we could give it a name, and we could talk about the biology and ontogeny of this animal. So that paper came out in 2020, and there we go. There's the Wikipedia article. And then there we go. There's my name right there on the author list. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, the last alvarezsaur. Yeah. There's a link. Yeah. Was it as small as a 3D print? It would probably be about twice as big as this. 7. Yeah, this animal might have been about 5 or 6 feet long, maybe, when it was full grown. So this would be a small example. And I did kind of overemphasize the claws a little bit, just, you know, as a teaching tool, so you could see them on camera. But yeah, I sculpted this and 3D printed it. So, yeah, very, very proud of this critter. So yeah, Trirarchuncus, one of my favorite dinosaurs. But anyway, that's not really what this stream is about. This stream is about Mary Anning. So let's get back to her, shall we? And anteaters are not related to them at all, Jidonkis. No. Anteaters are a kind of mammal. So I'm glad you asked that, because it helps us get into a really important topic here, phylogeny. Living things are classified based on... not based on what they look like, not based on what they do, not based on their vibes or anything subjective like that. We as scientists classify living things based on their ancestry, based on who they're actually related to. And when we say related, we mean that they share a common ancestor. So all of life on Earth can be represented by a tree like this. As far as we know, all life on Earth had a common origin. All life on Earth arose from a single first living thing about 4 billion years ago. And then you've had this wonderful diversification since then. So we can jump to vertebrate animals over here. Creatures with backbones. And then we can jump to amniotes, which is where anteaters and alvarezsaurs like Trirarchuncus last shared a common ancestor. So you'd have to go back 320 million years to where the mammal branch and the dinosaur branch link up. It was 320 million years ago that those branches split and went their separate ways. So you've got anteaters over here within mammals. There's 10 living species of anteater, although there might be 7 different species just of pygmy anteater. So this could see an increase sometime soon, because it turns out that they might be speciating. But dinosaurs aren't really on this tree except for birds. Birds are living dinosaurs. But non-bird dinosaurs don't appear on this tree because this tree only really shows living groups. So dinosaurs would be right here between birds and then the base of Archosauria. So dinosaurs would be a branch coming off right here, basically. Yeah. And Bernard Bemps, hey, welcome. Thank you, Casey Snowart, for recommending Bernard Bemps come over here. And Murph, thank you for the gift sub. That's phenomenal. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Baby Bat, you're welcome. Yeah. So anyway, this is one of those things that I really wish were taught in school. Because, you know, talk to any biologist, any zoologist, any botanist, anybody who studies anything in the life sciences. And they'll talk your ears off about phylogeny, about classifying living things based on their ancestry, based on what they evolved from. But evolution is something of a taboo subject in most American schools, so most American students never get to learn about this until college, if they're lucky enough to take a biology class. Otherwise, most Americans go their entire lives without learning the very first thing about this, which essentially means that they don't know anything at all about biology. It's not their fault. It's honestly creationists' fault for keeping this sort of thing out of school textbooks. Creationists wield a distressing amount of power in this country. So yeah, it is tragic, Funky Boy. It really is. Yeah. And yeah, Axeman, yeah, you know that person didn't know what they were talking about. Oh boy. Oh, YouTube comments. Oh boy. Anyway, and Eclipse says, Dr. Anduza, just call me Danny. Do you think there could still be dinosaur species living at the center of the Earth? No, the center of the Earth is not a place where living things would be able to survive. So the center of the Earth is like a superheated, I would call it molten, but it's so compressed, so squished together that it's basically solid. It's like molten nickel and iron and other metals like that. There's nothing alive in the center of that. It is extraordinarily hot. Yeah, and extraordinarily dense gravity, absolutely. Yeah. Claire Burr, where did you get that emote? That's beautiful. From Rocket Sage, that's excellent. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah. The whole, like, hollow Earth idea was, you know, a fun science fiction trope, but zero basis in reality. Oh, boy. Don't get me started on that. Yeah. Anyway, go follow Rocket Sage, who is a geologist here on Twitch. She can tell you all about that. And likewise, follow Volcano Doc if you want to follow a volcano scientist who streams here on Twitch. Both Sage and Melissa, Volcano Doc, do excellent work. They are both accomplished geologists, and they love explaining these concepts to a general audience. So check them out. Anywho, and Jadonka says, thank you for killing our dreams. Honestly, that's a dream that deserves to be killed because it's not true. You do yourself a favor and get yourself some dreams that you can achieve, dreams that are real. You can go out and find fossils, for instance. You could volunteer on a paleontological crew and you could dig up dinosaurs yourself. You can have real discoveries. You know, none of this, you know, made up nonsense. There are different crews that you could join. You could work in a museum. There are real discoveries out there to be made, you know? Fantasies are cool and interesting and fun. There's something to be said about reality, about real stuff, about real scientific discoveries that you could make. That's what I'm all about, you know? And I'm here to be a cheerleader for scientific discovery. That's what this channel is all about. But yeah. And business major. Well, you know, I know some paleontologists who had like a business background. Takes all kinds. There are paleontologists who started off as plumbers and truck drivers. There are paleontologists who started off as physicists. There are paleontologists who started off as school teachers or priests or probably bus drivers. I don't know. Takes all different kinds of people. There's so many different things that you could do in the field of fossil science. And that's, part of what we're celebrating here when we talk about Mary Anning. Here, let's get back to this.
This is Dorset on England's south coast. A 90-mile stretch of shoreline here can tell us a lot about the evolution of flight. This is the Jurassic Coast.
Yeah, a World Heritage Site.
Are full of fossils of prehistoric creatures, including evidence of the first backboned animals ever to fly.
Yep,
But
pterosaurs.
it wasn't until the 19th century that scientists started putting together those clues to form a detailed picture of one of the most dramatic periods in the whole of the history of life. And they had an unlikely ally, a middle-aged woman from a local town who used to come out to scour these cliffs for those clues.
Yep.
She'd come in all weathers, but particularly after there had been heavy storms, which might have removed some section of the cliff and so exposed specimens that no one had ever seen before. Her name was Mary Anning.
Bingo.
She had an almost unbelievable talent for unearthing fossils. So extraordinary were her achievements that some called her the Princess of Paleontology.
And that's almost a little too diminutive for her. The Queen of Paleontology, the Empress of Paleontology, the founding mother of paleontology. Princess almost sounds too little. I don't know.
When you consider Mary Anning's status, a woman from a working class background with no formal education to speak of, it may seem strange that she acquired such a prestigious reputation. Until, that is, you see what it was she discovered. The Natural History Museum in London. It holds one of the most comprehensive collections of fossils in the world. And those Mary Anning discovered are among the very best and the most important. A whole section of the museum is filled with her finds. Most of the creatures she collected were giant aquatic reptiles, fish-eating monsters that dominated the seas.
Plesiosaurs and
But she found other things too. In 1828, Mary Anning made one of her most sensational discoveries. This is it. It's a small animal.
Yep.
But
can anybody guess what this is? What do you think that is? Small animal. It's got little kind of wispy bones like that. What do you think, Chad? Any guesses? A sparrow, says Will62. Non-Troodon, Kodali.
A dirter.
It's not a dirter.
Dirter.
But its head is missing and its spine is missing, but what remains is fascinating. There's its pelvis, its upper leg, its lower leg, and there is its foot with its toes. And
It's
here
not a dinosaur.
is its arm, which ends with a hand with fingers, except that one of these fingers is hugely elongated. It runs all the way along here. And Mary Anning probably realized what that meant.
Yep.
It meant that that long finger supported a wing. And as more specimens were discovered, it was realized that this was certainly a reptile with a wing, so it was called pterosaur, winged lizard. Mary Anning
Dimorphodon in
had
particular.
found the
So that's
blueprint for the first large animals ever to fly, a creature that set the pattern for a whole new phase of aerial
Dimorphodon.
evolution.
There you go. So, Dimorphodon would have looked something like this right here. Or maybe like this. I love this. The kind of like toucan-esque depiction there. It has been on postage stamps around the world. It's been in the Jurassic World movies, I think multiple. Not a good depiction of Jurassic World. Didn't do it justice. But there's a lovely depiction right there of this critter. Oh, I like it a lot. Yeah. Mary Anning discovered that. Yeah. Fan of the Ark, Survival Evolved Growth. Let's look at that. Yeah, that's not that bad. I don't know why it's got a spike sticking out of the top of its head. But, yeah. Yeah, my favorite Dimorphodon reconstructions are... I like this one a lot. Because this animal may have been very fast on the ground, too. Apart from being able to fly, it may have been... I'm not going to say a fast runner, because what it was doing, I don't know if it was running, but maybe bounding. I think Mark Whitten had a great illustration. Yeah, there we go. Dimorphodon chasing a lizard, or a lizard-like reptile across the forest floor right there. Yeah. Neat critter, Dimorphodon. Really neat critter. Yeah. Good stuff. Do we think any other flying reptiles were bat-like in flying? Asked Ungoy. Well, bat-like. So pterosaurs, you know, let's be honest, they were probably better than bats at flying. By virtue of having more... They just started off in a better place than bats did for flying. They had something close to an avian respiratory system, we think. They had lovely hollow bones. They don't have a lot of the shortcomings that are kind of built into the mammalian body plan. And so these guys presumably would have been better than bats at flying, would have been able to fly longer distances, at greater intensity, would have been able to fly higher and further and faster and everything else. Pterosaurs in general were probably much better at, well, I don't know about much better, but more aerobatic than modern bats are. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah, Mary Anning first discovered that. And there have been efforts to try and honor her memory in various ways, and one of them was a campaign to erect a statue of Mary Anning.
Evie, and I'm raising money for a statue of Mary Anning in her hometown of Lyme Regis.
And I'm Anya, and I'm her mum, and I'm helping her to do that.
Mary's such a fascinating character. She grew up in a very, very poor family. She was born in 1799. Her father died when she was just aged 11, and fossil hunting, to begin with, was a way of making some extra money. But that was never the end of it for Mary. She had this amazing curiosity and this desire to learn.
When Mary was 11 years old, she found the first ever ichthyosaur.
Yep.
The world had never seen anything like it. It was a complete mystery.
She opened up the can of worms for fossils, which we now think of as dinomania, the obsession that people have with dinosaurs. It really all started with Mary Anning. And
She didn't find dinosaurs themselves, but she found other Jurassic reptiles. Yeah.
So she discovered lots and lots of fossils of brand new species. She was going out after winter storms when landslips had exposed new fossils. She knew that that was the time when she would find important new evidence there.
This is not somebody who just happened upon a discovery and got famous on the back of it. She was a skilled scientist. She had a good eye. She was a hard worker. She went out every single day.
When people would visit her,
notably individuals from the Geological Society and other societies. She was the expert. They were asking for her advice on these things.
Yep.
This was somebody who I think from a very young age showed what is possible if you are intelligent, hardworking and passionate. And those three things together mean you can achieve pretty much anything. And what child wouldn't be inspired by that?
Mary's finds were part of a significant movement in helping to understand geological time and better understand the complexities of prehistoric life, ultimately leading to such groundbreaking research by people such as Charles Darwin coming up with his theory of evolution.
Yep. Old Chucky D owed a lot to Mary Anning and her discoveries. Without Mary Anning, you wouldn't have had Charles Darwin. Something interesting to think about, you know? Yeah.
She was voted by the Royal Society Committee.
And Samar Faye, yes, indeed, pterosaurs did have a totally different kind of wing plan. Thank you, Wonder Goon, for the 12 months of support. I appreciate that. Wonder Goon, thank you, thank you.
Go alone. Take this.
Appreciate that. Wonder Goon, thanks for keeping me online for the past 12 months with those primes. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is the wrong order here. Pterosaurs should be at the top. They were first. Birds evolved after pterosaurs, and then finally bats. Those Johnny Mammal come latelys are last. But pterosaurs, you've got this single finger, the ring finger. Their fourth finger was hyper elongate, and that is what supports the wing membrane. Birds have got feathers that come off of their hand right there and off of their ulna bone. And I guess there are other bones as well. And then bats have several lengthened fingers that form the wing membrane. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this right here.
Understand the complexities of prehistoric life,
Yeah.
ultimately leading to such groundbreaking research by people such as Charles Darwin coming up with his theory of evolution.
And yeah, shoot, to tie this in with what Zevin is saying here, Zevin says all these different individual developments are fascinating. This is a wonderful example of something that Charles Darwin talked about a little bit. I don't know if you ever used the term convergent evolution, but that's what we call this, where you've got different groups of animals, different ancestries, each evolving similar traits, but in totally different ways. So wing membranes, you know, here it's a skin membrane that extends from the fourth finger in pterosaurs. When birds evolved, you know, the feathers form the wing right there. And then bats, who evolved from a mammal ancestor, from kind of a, you know, mouse or shrew-like ancestor, they lengthened 4 of their fingers, and then the wing membrane stretches between those. So each of these critters has got a different ancestor, a different immediate ancestor. If you go back far enough, they all have the same ancestor, but you got to go way, way, way far back, like 320 million years ago. But more recently, birds evolved about 150, 160 million years ago. Pterosaurs evolved about 230 million years ago, we think. Maybe 240. And bats evolved like probably around 62 million years ago, something like that. Give or take a few. Anyway, each one of these completely different approach to flying all evolved independently. Pretty cool. Yeah. Happy birthday to Mary. Oh, Sam Hammer, thank you. It is Mary Anning's birthday today. Her 225th big one. So we're talking about her. Here we go.
A significant movement in helping to understand geological time and better understand the complexities of prehistoric life.
Indeed, Dr. Hobbs, that's cool.
Leading to such groundbreaking research by people such as Charles Darwin coming up with his theory
Chucky D.
of evolution.
Yeah.
She was voted by the Royal Society Committee one of the 10 most significant females in the history of science in Britain.
Even though Mary was involved in the emerging science of geology, she wasn't recognised for the role that she played. Women couldn't vote, women couldn't belong to learned societies.
And that was the way society was organised.
Yeah, I think about this all the time. Was Mary Anning's name? Was Anning one of the names that was here in the exhibition tent? Buckland, Cuvier, Owen, Mantell. Anning should have been the first name on there. And I don't know if she was. I don't know if her name is part of this because she wasn't a man. You know? And she was working class.
It was inconceivable that she could join the Geological Society because it was exclusively for men.
We really want to do Mary proud and put a beautiful bronze statue in Lyme Regis where she should be.
Yep.
Right here.
It's about restoring her to her rightful place in the history of science. It's about making sure that anyone that visits Lyme Regis knows that this really important woman was there doing that work in the early days of paleontology.
She was her own boss, which is a lovely message for today. Instead of all these people telling you what you can't do and what you shouldn't do, she just got on with it.
And she just wasn't going to let Victorian society get in the way of her passion. She's such a strong role model.
At a time when it was difficult to succeed as a woman, it was difficult to make your mark as a poor working class person, she managed to do both. And we very rarely get statues of those types of people.
True. Yeah.
Please help us by donating as much money as you can.
Because
Mary Anning rocks. I like Mary because she's amazing.
Now, you might be pleased to know that campaign was successful. Not only did they put together
Anya here
a
from
maquette
Anning
here.
Rocks. Just thought I'd come on and give you a little bit of an update of what we've been doing this past year during lockdown. Absolutely gutted that we can't actually physically all be there together again. Another fossil festival has come and gone. But hopefully there's lots of great stuff that you can get virtually. So what have we been up to? So in February of this year, we absolutely smashed our crowdfund, which was amazing. We kind of stuck around the 70k
I think I contributed to that.
A bit of touch and go, and we were kind of thinking, oh God, you know, we're going to hit the 100k mark, or is this kind of it?
Anywho, let's skip forward a little bit.
This is in the Guardian, Mary's birthday, so that was May. We actually did it on May the 22nd because it was Saturday. And I've got the maquette here to show you. So here she is. So this beautiful maquette, which is a model's sort of scaled down version of what the statue will look like. It's been done by Denise Duckner, artist. The actual real Mary that we cast in bronze will be life and a quarter, so she's not going to be massively tall.
She'll be bigger than life size.
But we're just so pleased with the composition and everyone that came to see
The details on this statue are excellent. I think you're really, really going to like them. Let me show you a video of the unveiling. Here we go.
And thank you everybody who's contributed to this campaign. I know that we've got many supporters here this afternoon. The beautiful veil is about to be removed. So happy birthday, Mary Anning. Welcome back to Lyme Regis. Go for it.
Brilliant.
Search the sands near the harbour. They sold their curiosities.
Pretty cool.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
That detailing. The ammonites on her underskirt, as someone was saying in the chat. Jody Fish, yeah.
Fortune placed in inspiration. of what she might one day become. A woman of knowledge.
It's really nice to see her finally get her due, you know?
With books, her path has now begun. Out on a road in clear defiance, helped by four-legged company, unearthed an ancient ocean giant. Now the world will know her name. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Excellent.
Sells our seashells, I'm sure.
So there you go. A very happy 225th birthday to Mary Anning. It's a reminder that we should work toward keeping science inclusive, not excluding people from the scientific process because they're not of the right gender, they're not of the right social background, they're not of the right religious sect, they're not of the right this or that or whatever else. Because when we do that, we inhibit the progress of science. Think about what Mary Anning could have accomplished if she'd had proper support during her lifetime. If she'd been allowed to publish at the time, if she'd been given admission to the Royal Society. Think about how that would have driven the field of paleontology forward. Think how much more we would know about fossil science if paleontology had gotten that boost in the very beginning. Mary Anning did what she could, but she had all of these forces arrayed against her. I think all of us in the science of paleontology are indebted to her. We owe her a lot. I'm happy that I could share a little bit about her life and her accomplishments, her discoveries with you today, and I hope it's encouraging. That fossil science is one of those things that should be for everybody. We can all make contributions in our own way, and I'm deeply grateful to all of you for allowing me the opportunity to share this with you and to be able to do this kind of outreach full time. So, thank you. Happy birthday, Mary Anning. Now, with that said, it's time to wrap up today's stream. So let's do that. Don't go away. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. As our credits roll, thank you to everybody who's contributed during today's stream and everybody who's helped keep me here on the air. Whether you're just a quiet lurker, or a vociferous chatter, or a financial supporter, a raider, or a moderator. Thank you, mods, for all of your hard work, too. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's see who else is on right now. Scrolling. Melissa in Denial is on right now. Melissa is an archaeologist and an Egyptologist. And we're going to go see what she's up to. Get her take on some archaeological concepts. She's cool. You're really going to like Melissa if you haven't met her yet. Everybody, thank you again And I may or may not stream tomorrow. We'll see. I've got a lot of stuff to get together before I leave for the field. I've got some logistical stuff. I've got emails to send. I've got streaming stuff to do. And I've got some science work to do as well. So I may or may not stream tomorrow. Try and stream for Thursday Birds Day, but then we're probably taking Friday off, too. There's a lot of stuff to get ready. So I will see you when I see you. But for right now, I'll see you in Melissa's chat. You take care, everybody, and see you around. Take care.